Well, good morning, Southeast Conference. We are here, day 3, ready to kick things off with another just packed agenda for some good discussions along the way. So I'm going to bring on President Scheer, and officially we're underway. Good morning.
That punctual as always, 9:15 a.m. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much. This is great. Rounding out day 3 of the Southeast Conference Mid-Session Summit. We have a great day planned for today. Starting with our hardworking senators in Washington. We have which are going to be, that'll be really interesting. So obviously a lot going on. We have an opportunity to talk about tourism and transportation, and then the always electric conversation about electricity, and then something near and dear to my heart, a little bit about mariculture. I noticed that there was I think Melanie may have a background that looks awful familiar. And then the UAS update, and then the SEDS workshop this afternoon. So really good, important discussions to cap off this week. Really appreciate everyone attending. We had 150 people there for online for most of yesterday's conference. The same for the first day, and we hope the same today. It's really exciting stuff. So I want to thank everybody for attending and for being so attentive and for being so involved. And without further ado, I think we ought to get to our day. Nobody paid to watch me talk. So,
but they should stick around because you're handing out a check later on with a special guest presenter, I think.
Oh, that is right. I forgot about that. Yeah. So today at noon, we'll do our Southeast Conference scholarship check presentation, and this is coming out of last fall's online scholarship, and we weren't sure where we would end up with that, but it's a really exciting. I want stick around for that, and a special guest, a celebrity guest that will come on and I'm sure thrill everybody. So please stay tuned for noon before we go into our lunch break. That'll be our kind of finale before we go into the SEDS workshop. So thanks everybody, and thank you, Robert, and back to you. And once again, thank all of the staff for all of their hard work. This is as I said yesterday, the competency that you've put this conference on, and everyone showing up and being participant, and we haven't, knock on wood, we haven't had any material technical difficulties. So great, good on you, great work, guys. Thank you. Robert?
All right, thank you. And I don't know that we have Mayor Weldon on at the moment yet. We're going to give her an opportunity to be our virtual host here for the Juneau-based mid-session summit, but we're going to go ahead and hear from our senators and kick that off. They both had a live appearance on their schedule, but with the proceedings back in DC, they are obligated to be at their desks. So they did send some remarks yesterday that we want to queue up live for you. So without any further ado, we'll have Senator Murkowski.
Hello, thanks again for the opportunity to beam into you all. I'm back here in Washington, D.C. As you'll recall, the last time we had an opportunity for one of these virtual conferences was November. A lot's changed since then, so I'm happy to be able to give you a quick update. First, Canada's out of the blue announcement last week. Our communities, we know, have a pretty unique relationship with Canada's Northern and Western territories. And so our neighbors' decision to close not just the ports, but also its waters to pleasure vessels and cruise ships for the next year by press release, without even a courtesy heads up to anyone in the state. It was truly disappointing, and that's really an understatement to say that. We all know this has devastating impacts to the tourism industry, which of course is a significant economic driver for the region, but also for the whole state. Remember, half of the tourists who visit Denali National Park come up by cruise ship. So believe me, I recognize the significance of this ban to Southeast, and I want you to know that you certainly have my full attention, the attention of all my staff, certainly all of our phone lines, but the whole delegation was working the full weekend on this. To all the residents of Haines and Skagway, and really throughout the region, who were impacted by the storms this past fall, I know that your communities are continuing to assess the damage from really an unprecedented rainfall event. I want to thank the governor and his team for the quick response to your emergency. I was encouraged to see the formal damage assessment that was submitted to FEMA just last week. I also want to acknowledge and thank Mayor Olerud for his leadership. You got a new mayor there, and I just really appreciate his focus and also his concern not just for the physical and safety of health of his community, but for the mental health needs as well. We know that this has been a really hard year, a very taxing year, but there have been so many positive neighbor helping neighbor stories. You hear the stories about the U-Haul trucks being filled with donations from sister communities and then ferried over to Haines. It just warms your heart. So, Mayor, I want to thank you. Also appreciate the Haines Strong sweatshirt that you sent. It's pretty appropriate, and I would extend that to all of you as Southeast Strong. Despite the challenges of this past year, we have to recognize that there are many things to be thankful for. Since I last spoke to you, COVID-19 numbers across the state are continuing to decline. And I'm really proud of the Alaskans who have hunkered down this past year for their friends and families and neighbors, and that our state is now leading the nation in the number of vaccines that are administered per capita. That's great, that's fabulous. And we know that Congress has a role to play in addressing this pandemic, and we have done so with various rounds of funding relief. In December, we passed a bipartisan COVID relief package, which included additional funding for the PPP, the Paycheck Protection Program. We also heard you loudly and clearly that a priority was to extend the time for state and local governments within which they can spend their COVID relief funds. Also funding to support vaccine distribution and support for our transportation systems, among many, many other important provisions. We included individual economic impact payments of $600 to help Alaskans continue to meet the challenges created by COVID. The bill includes an additional $300 million for fisheries assistance. There's a specific set aside for tribes included within that. I was also able to secure a provision directing the Secretary of Agriculture to provide grant and loan support to seafood processors who have invested heavily to protect their workers. This support is going to be critical for ensuring our seafood processors are able to continue operating and provide a market for our fishermen in 2021. Within the bill, we also provided support for broadband, including $1 billion for tribal broadband connectivity grants. Now, these are available to tribal governments, tribal nonprofits, ANCs, and other Native entities, so this should have a lot of promise for us in Alaska. These grants will expand access to and adoption of broadband service or remote learning, telework, or telehealth resources, which we've all seen are so essential, and particularly during the pandemic. While this federal support is important, I know that all of us would rather be back at work welcoming millions of visitors to our state each year, but allowing people to travel and get back to work, get our kids back into schools, it really does depend on continued rollout of the vaccines. And along with that vaccine rollout, know that for purposes of what has happened within the cruise sector, I'm very closely tracking CDC guidance on cruising. I'm working with Customs and Border Protection to ensure that cruise ships can return to our state as soon as it's safe and as soon as our communities are prepared to host them again. We've got so much work to do here. Overcoming the COVID crisis will continue to require a focused, coordinated effort to support communities and facilitate recovery. I'm engaged, deeply engaged, in many of the bipartisan conversations that are going on as we try to advance the solutions that fit the need. Now I want to turn quickly now to the question of lands, resources, and energy in Southeast. First, on the Tongass. As you know, I fought for years alongside colleagues both here in Washington and back home in Alaska to exempt the Tongass from the 2001 roadless rule. And in October of last year, the Trump administration published a new Alaska-specific rule exempting the Tongass from the roadless rule. And you'll remember I was actually able to call into you all at Southeast Conference and announce just that. But unfortunately, the Tongass well-deserved exemption from the roadless rule is currently under review by the Biden administration. It's my hope that they will move forward with it, but I am concerned. I'm almost certain that the rule will be a target for congressional attack under the Congressional Review Act, now that we have both chambers under Democratic control. But you have my firm commitment that I will do everything that I can to ensure the exemption is implemented and remains in place. And I'll remind you all, you know this, but it's worth repeating. Robust environmental protections remain for the Tongass under the roadless exemption. 80% of the forest remains off limits to development, and only 186,000 more acres of the 16.7 million acres in the Tongass were made eligible for timber harvest. All environmental regulations and statutes, including ANILCA, NEPA, the Clean Water Act, the Tongass Timber Reform Act, and the National Historic Preservation Act, all of these still apply. Now, another area that I'm pleased to provide an update on is minerals and mineral security. We all know that this is a critically important issue facing our country today. We're seeing adversaries like Russia and China consolidating their control over international supply chains of minerals that are necessary for the development of high-tech devices, everything ranging from electric vehicles and renewable energy technology to defense technologies. This issue is close to home for many of us, and there are several promising mining proposals in Alaska that seek to develop these resources domestically, thus reducing our vulnerability to foreign supply shocks. And one of these projects is the Bocan-Dotson Ridge project, located just outside of Ketchikan. They're seeking to develop rare earth elements, a category of minerals used in the production of magnets, batteries, electric vehicles, so much more. ADA has weighed in and unanimously passed a resolution authorizing the first step in the construction of a strategic metals complex there in Ketchikan. Domestic mineral extraction and processing can be an important industry to our state and our nation as we seek to manufacture clean energy technologies and other high-tech projects. I was able to accomplish a great deal while I was privileged to chair the Senate Energy Committee. My 6-year tenure as chairman has ended. I'm still on that committee. But I think it is worth noting that one of the significant accomplishments from last year was passage of the American Mineral Security Act, which I'd been working on for a period of time. We included this as part of the Energy Act that was passed at the end of the year. This legislation sets out a framework for the United States to recognize and tackle the challenge of mineral security as the national security threat that it really is. With all the good that was included, though, within that provision, we were not able to secure the modest permitting reforms that I'd proposed. So I'm going to be introducing new legislation in this Congress that will help other mines like Hecla's Greens Creek or Kensington as they seek to continue responsible production. A bipartisan accomplishment that I think should have garnered more attention in the media was an update to our nation's energy policy, the first update in 13 years. The Energy Act, which I had authored with my colleague, Senator Manchin from West Virginia, will help commercialize a range of cleaner technologies, giving our local innovators and rural cooperatives an opportunity to test or deploy them. The Energy Act renewed and expanded hydropower incentives. We reauthorized the Weatherization Assistance Program and DOE's Office of Indian Energy. These are both very important to our many Southeast communities. We promoted energy storage, microgrids, and renewable energy, as well as advanced nuclear, all of which could be helpful and important technologies to bring affordable and reliable energy to rural and remote Alaskan communities and around the country. Now, I mentioned this earlier, but I want to turn back to it for a moment, and that's the issue of landslides. The landslides in Haines, unfortunately, claimed 2 lives and significant property loss. As we've seen an alarming rate of natural hazards and record-breaking rainfall across Southeast, this has driven a larger national discussion about preparedness. Most recently, in December, along with Senator Cantwell from Washington, we enacted the National Landslide Preparedness Act to identify and better understand landslides and improve the emergency preparedness and response. Passage of the act is important for Alaska, and I'm hoping that Southeast can be a proving ground to test some new monitoring capabilities. Mapping, of course, is a critically important step in predicting, detecting, and responding to disasters like landslides, earthquakes, and volcanic events. And through my position as chairman of the Interior Environment Appropriations Subcommittee, I've also had the opportunity to provide more funding for mapping in Alaska. Work continues to ensure federal partners cooperate more efficiently in the deployment of monitors and sensors to detect and predict tsunami threats, as well as to ensure that the tsunami warning system is made as robust and helpful as possible. So there's so much that is good and important and pertinent to you in your region. I've gone on longer than I had hoped, and I'm sure that you had hoped, but I want to thank you. I want to thank you for this opportunity to give you some updates, but particularly to thank you for your dedication to support Southeast Alaska. We are all challenged during these times, but I know that working together as we seek to overcome COVID and build a clearer and a more prosperous path to the future, I know doing it together, we are going to get through 22. So I hope to see you all in person in Haines later this year for the annual Southeast Conference. So take care, be well.
Okay, we really do appreciate Senator Murkowski's work on our behalf, and her staff has definitely been in touch with us throughout the year, and very much so since the announcement last week on the Canadian issue. But obviously, our accomplishments with the Energy Committee and getting that bill passed was a multi-year effort on her part. So we certainly want to convey our appreciation to her every opportunity we get. So here is Senator Sullivan.
Greetings, everybody at Southeast Conference. I would love to be with all of you in Juneau. Just got out of another long day of impeachment hearings, a trial. So yeah, I can't wait to get home and to be with all of you as we get through the pandemic and work together through our challenges. Let me just begin by thanking everybody. You know, one of the great honors and privileges for me as your senator is being able to work with so many leaders in our community, and particularly our leadership in Southeast Alaska. You know, in my first term of the Senate, I've gotten to know well, really enjoy working with everybody. And I know it's been rough. I know it's been really rough with the pandemic last year in particular. And I just want to thank everybody because I know it's been a difficult time. And you have my commitment to continue to work together to get your ideas. I'm going to talk about some of those and what we got done last year. But we got to continue to work together, fight through some additional challenging times. But let me talk a little bit about some of the positive elements on the pandemic side. You know, despite the huge size of our state, the expanse of our state, the small population, I'm sure you're seeing it, whether it's testing, whether it's vaccine distribution, we continually rank as the #1 per capita state in the country. It's kind of remarkable. It's amazing, to be honest, and that's because of all of you, the leadership in our state, our medical community. So again, I want to thank everybody for the great work that we're doing on that. We're not out of the woods by any stretch, but even on, you know, difficult but important statistics like deaths per capita, we're still one, 2, or 3 in the country on those important issues. So we're going to get through it. I know that is not great consolation when we look at another, what is looking to be another challenging season with regard to tourism. Like all of you, I was kind of hit in the gut. Got the wind knocked out of me with that recent announcement by Canada. No heads up there. I will tell you, I think a lot of you know the way I operate. I work to create allies all over, whether Democrats, Republicans in the Senate, and I have some allies, I think, in Canada. I'm good friends with the defense minister. When he's needed some things from the United States. I've been an advocate for Canada, so I took it upon myself to kind of ring the alarm bell, get a hold of him, and he hooked me up quickly with the transportation minister, the brand new transportation minister of Canada, who was responsible for making this decision. I've been in discussions with him. I had a long phone call with him. I was explaining all the challenges we've had. I've sent him newspaper articles on the challenges we've had in Southeast, throughout the state with regard to our tourism because of the Canadian order. And we are going to work together, all of us. And I have the commitment from the Canadians at the very most senior levels to work with us to try to get through this, whether it's through actions that Canada can do, we can do from a regulatory standpoint, or from a legislative standpoint here. We're also discussing these issues with the brand new Homeland Security Secretary, Secretary Mayorkas, who I voted for. Not many Republicans voted for him. I think only 4 of us did, but I did, because he made commitments to me about Alaska, about the Coast Guard, about helping us, about getting more icebreakers, more Coast Guard stationed in our state. So I said, all right, Mr. Secretary, you make those commitments to me, get up to Alaska soon, and I'm going to vote for you. So I did do that, and now we're going to try and work with him to get through these challenging times on the latest issues with regard to tourism. So we're all in on that. You have my absolute positive 100% assurance that my team and I will not stop until we try to get to a good resolution for our tourism season this summer, especially if everybody's healthy, the vaccines are working. And it's going to be kind of like what we did last year. We got so many good ideas from all of you as we rolled out the Paycheck Protection Program. If you remember that seasonal business fix that we got done, that was from ideas from essentially Southeast Alaska. And we got that done. I went to the president, I went to the Secretary of the Treasury, pounded my fist on the table relentlessly until we got that fix. We did get that fix. I think it helped a lot of our small businesses, particularly our tourism businesses needing a seasonal fix. So what we're able to do just in December is a new COVID relief package with a whole new PPP program. Again, to help our small businesses get through these challenging times. It has all these regulatory fixes that we got in the CARES Act originally with regard to seasonal businesses, with regard to our fishermen. So that's now in law. If you have any challenges, any problems, any questions on how to do that, businesses get around to on PPP, let my office know. We have become experts in helping our small businesses throughout the state. Just under the CARES Act, we had over 11,000 small businesses in Alaska, over $1 billion of loans take advantage of the first PPP program. So I encourage everybody to do it again, and we will continue to work together on that issue. We were able to get legislation in mind that enabled municipalities, boroughs to spend their CARES Act money for a whole nother year. So we got that done. So these are small things, but important things that we think are going to be critical. Let me give you a couple other areas that we're working on. I reintroduced my Visit America Act, which is all about revamping and re-upping with a much stronger focus from the federal government, our tourism sector, not just for Alaska, but for America. I think that has a good chance of passing. That will be an important strategic development for our tourism sector. As you all know, I continue to work with so many, particularly in Southeast, but throughout the whole state, on cleaning up our oceans, whether it's the transboundary mining issues, which I raise with the Canadians on a regular basis, or in December, my Save Our Seas 2.0 legislation passed. Finally passed into law. The Congressional Research Service called that the most comprehensive ocean cleanup legislation ever to come out of the Congress. So got that done. That's really good for our tourism, for our oceans, for our fisheries, to clean up our oceans. Who doesn't want to clean up our oceans? Our next step is to implement that bill. There is a Marine Debris Foundation that is part of that. We are trying hard to get that headquartered in Alaska. Don't tell any other senators because I'm not sure they know about it, but we need to get that headquartered in our great state. As I mentioned, the Coast Guard, I just had a really good chat with the Commandant on the Coast Guard yesterday. They are still very bullish on the buildup of our Coast Guard nationally and in Alaska. So is the Homeland Security Secretary. So that we think is going to help our communities, particularly in Southeast, where we're looking to continue that very significant buildup. That's an issue that I'm going to continue to focus on as long as I'm your senator. And then finally, in the resource sector, I had a meeting last weekend with the brand new National Security Advisor to President Biden. I will tell you there is a lot of bipartisan interest on this issue of securing our supply chains and critical areas, particularly strategic critical minerals that our nation needs. We rely on them too much with regard to China. We need them for all kinds of things, including the ability to build out our renewable energy sector. And Alaska has a lot of them. So we need to start getting on that. Southeast has a lot of them. So that's another area that you have my commitment on. Hopefully there's going to be continued bipartisan support on that. I think there is. Like I said, the National Security Advisor to the new president is very focused on that. I told him I'd be a good partner of his to work on those issues. And we still need to press for issues relating to our timber industry in Southeast. We made good progress in the last few years, particularly on the roadless rule. And we're going to fight to keep that. Whether or not the new administration is going to allow that, we'll see. It'll be a fight, though, if they don't. So these are all things that I think bode well for a strong future as we're working together. But we know we have some challenging times ahead. You have my commitment to continue to work with you, listen to your ideas, want to hear exactly what comes out of this conference, and working together to get through the challenging time of the pandemic and get to a spot of a very vibrant economy in Southeast, which is what I know you are all committed to. So can't wait to be there in person soon. Have a great conference. My door is always open. We got to continue to work together.
Okay. Well, it is obvious that both of our senators are working very, very hard on our behalf, and we really appreciate that. I had a kind of chuckle when Senator Sullivan was talking about how relentless he is and how he had invited the Homeland Security Secretary to Alaska. Both of our senators do that, but I recall in Ketchikan, we met with Senator Sullivan, and he said, well, I'm going to make sure the Secretary of Navy gets up here. And it wasn't 2 or 3 weeks later, boom, it was there. So there's nothing like having those folks that regulate our lands and our lives to have that personal connection. So appreciate all their efforts. And so before we launch into the panel that we're gonna, in our day's agenda, I wanted to recognize the fact that our mid-session summit, which is always held in Juneau, is obviously virtual. But we want to give the mayor a chance to extend her greetings and comments to you all, since we couldn't see her here in person. Mayor, good morning, and thanks for popping in.
Good morning, Robert, and welcome everybody to the third and final day of Southeast Conference's Mid-Session Summit. Normally, like Robert said, we would all be in Juneau, and I miss seeing everyone's faces and being able to chat with everybody during our breaks. However, it's wonderful to gather in whatever ways we do, mostly through Zoom these days, with all of our colleagues from Southeast Alaska. So thank you for being here with me today, and thank you for being here the last couple days. Robert and his crew at Southeast Conference have definitely had a great conference. They brought a big lineup for us this week. I appreciate the legislative crystal ball, all of the legislators who have spoken, the updates on industries and healthcare, and of course the crowd favorite, Melanie Shivens, although I hope her presentations from here on out will be a little less gloomy. I definitely appreciate the remarks from Senators Murkowski and Sullivan. We will have to rely on their help in the days to come, especially for us with having big tourist industries in our towns. Today, we'll hear more about transportation, tourism, electrification, fisheries, and mariculture. I'll look forward to hearing from all the Southeast Conference's committee chairs. And even though we aren't together, I'd like to extend an invitation to all of you, especially my fellow mayors, to stop by and see us in Juneau as the pandemic winds down and it's safer to do so. But even though we can't see each other in person, please feel free to reach out to us in Juneau. We are always available as a resource for technical assistance, lessons learned, which we've learned lots the hard way, or help as needed. So in the meantime, I'll continue to join you at this virtual conference and hope to see all of you again in person someday. Thanks again to Southeast Conference for a great lineup of speakers and discussions. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Mayor. You know, and I really do want to recognize the fact that you and your staff are so readily available to the entire region, because not every community has all the departments that Juneau has, or all the institutional knowledge, and you and Rorie and the rest of the staff have always been very generous with your time. So thank you for being that resource for the region. Appreciate that. Okay, well, without any further ado, this panel here is one that has had a lot of interest, and just really appreciates Patti Mackey stepping up and agreeing to facilitate this. This is part of an ongoing effort that she's been leading at statewide level, and so she's got us a panel that they can all turn their videos on. And then Patti, I'm just going to turn this over to you, and sit back and listen and learn. So good morning and thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Yeah, I'm very appreciative of the folks that we have with us today, and I think everyone here at Southeast Conference will get some really good insights at just where we are and the effort to restart cruising in Alaska. For those of you who were in attendance during our annual meeting, you might recall Charlie Ball, who's the chair of the CLIA Alaska group, spoke to us. And at that time, we were kind of right in the middle of several things that were happening in terms of the industry. The CDC was wrapping up its public comment period on cruising starting back up. We had both Royal Caribbean and Norwegian had worked on and then released a document called the Healthy Sail Panel recommendations. And then not too long after that, then there was the CDC's response with their guidelines for conditional sailing. So I thought I would start with Josh Carroll, who's here with us from Royal Caribbean and is in Miami, and we're not dragging him out at a late night meeting this time. This is probably right good middle of the day for him. But Josh, prior to, and we all know the big elephant in the room is the Canada's announcement last week. So let's start prior to that announcement. Tell us what the cruise industry's priorities have been since we last heard from Charlie in its efforts to restart cruising in the US and in Alaska.
Sure, and thank you for having me, and thank you everyone. You know, our priorities have been basically unchanged since essentially March of last year, right? And that's been to find a healthy pathway back to returning to the business we love, delivering amazing vacations to our guests and bringing them to the communities they love to visit, especially as we know in Southeast Alaska. So we've been making a lot of progress on that. I appreciate your recognition of the Healthy Sail Panel. It's been a long endeavor that we have gained a lot from, and it's helped us learn a lot about how to re-enter our business in this ecosystem. So we're very much focused on the same things now as we were then. I will say clearly, as we learn more and the vaccinations coming into play and understanding and learning how those things are evolving, something really positive is we do have one ship operational in our corporation out of Singapore, Quantum of the Seas, and it is doing amazing. We have higher guest experience scores than we did a year ago. We are reaching new customers than we were previously, because in Singapore, it's really the most exciting vacation option they have. And luckily for that, we're learning a lot about how to operate in this environment and are looking forward to porting that over and bringing it to an operation in the Pacific Northwest. So thank you, Patti.
Thank you. We'll hear more from Josh as we go on. Next, I want to turn to Rorie Watt, who is the manager of the City and Borough of Juneau. And at the same time that the cruise industry has been trying to figure out, or working on what they would like to see happen, the port communities have also been working to bring back the industry. And you've been kind of at the front of that charge. So could you talk to us about what's happening locally and more specifically regionally with the folks that you're working with?
Thank you, Patti. So, the port communities have been watching the news over the last couple months, and it feels like we're all just slowly bleeding and losing all our blood. And every day or 3 days or week, it's like, oh, we lost another half quart. And it's been kind of a miserable experience for everyone. We've been meeting mayors and managers from around the region starting in, I think, November, maybe it might have been our first meeting. And I think the goal and the message that we have is that we're all part of a system. And it's not helpful if one port is ready, or it's not helpful if 4 ports have radically different rules and protocols. We've all got locally elected officials, and we're all going to chart our own course, but we're part of that system, and we're trying to figure out what we can do to be ready, and what we can do to help prepare. It's been frustrating. Obviously, the big issues that we are unable to influence, the lack of technical guidance from the CDC, I think, is the biggest one. The news out of Canada, I think, hit us all hard. But I think if we're honest, the news out of Canada was a little bit of an affirmation of what we kind of knew was going to happen. Nobody expected Canada to lift their no sail order at the end of February. Everybody expected Canada to extend it for some time. I don't think we expected it to get extended for a year. And I'll be frank, I don't expect it to last a year. It doesn't really help. What we have been asking for from our congressional delegation is to please get CDC to put some strategic planning resources into the return of cruising to Alaska and the United States, so that when we're ready, whenever that time is, we've done the groundwork, and the ships that need, 4 months or more to get back into service won't be waiting and standing at square one late in the season. And, I think sadly, every day we feel like we're burning a little bit more of the calendar. But nonetheless, the communities are all talking. It's really wonderful to see friends and neighbors. We do have a lot of shared issues, and we're going to continue to work together and do what we can. But we're going to be practical too about not trying to control things that we probably don't have the ability to control.
All right, thank you. Moving on to my counterpart in Juneau, Liz Perry, who's the president and CEO of Travel Juneau. There's been a lot going on the industry, on the tourism business industry side in Alaska. We certainly, from the beginning of the pandemic, our businesses have had to deal with issues like, coming up with new protocols and figuring out how to be open and be open safely. As was referenced earlier, our state association, ATIA, put together some safety guidelines early on and then formed a committee to provide an opportunity for DMOs such as Travel Juneau and my organization, as well as representatives from the different ports and the cruise industry to speak. And of course, you have been working hard at a local level. And so what are some examples of what Travel Juneau and other DMOs, I'm assuming, have provided in terms of assistance and to the business community this year? Hey, Liz, we're having a problem with your audio. It's like it's speeded up. And
Well, it's better than having a cat Zoom.
oh yeah. Okay. Shall I give you a few seconds, see if you can get your audio squared away here? You'll come back on. Okay, great. Well, we'll get back to you then. Thanks. Sorry about that. Okay. Well, fortunately, we do have Rick Erickson with us. He is the Vice President of Operations for Cruise Line Agencies of Alaska, and I'm always quick to remind people that it's not the same as the CLIA organization that represents the cruise lines, but their acronyms are pretty similar, and sometimes there's a bit of confusion. But Rick, tell us about the role that Cruise Line Agencies plays as ship's agent, working with the cruise lines, the communities, and local businesses. And you'll have to unmute too, Rick.
Good. Hello.
There we go. Yes.
Hey, good morning. First and foremost, thank you, Patti, Robert, and the Southeast Conference for your work in the region and for the invitation to participate on this panel. Certainly, I could speak at length on the question that you've asked me, and I'll try to keep it short the best I can. But I think that I'll hit on some things that we do here as agents throughout the state of Alaska. Essentially, Cruise Line Agencies it's an Alaskan-owned and operated company based here in Ketchikan. We're maritime agents which serve as operational liaisons between the cruise lines and the port communities, as well as to state and federal authorities. One of our roles entails the assurance of port viability. We produce a network of necessary port services and provide logistics support while ships are in Alaskan waters and ports. So really, to sum it up, we provide shoreside assistance to all the cruise lines that call all of Alaska, not only here in Ketchikan, but we have offices throughout Southeast Alaska in each of the respective ports, as well as in the southwest region of the state, where we have offices in Anchorage and Seward, even as far out to Dutch Harbor and Nome. So we cover all of Alaska as it relates to providing agency services for the cruise lines that call our waters. To elaborate a little bit on that, I think it would probably be important, and I know that you had mentioned that it would be a good topic of discussion, Patti, to talk a little bit about how the scheduling is done in Alaska as it relates to scheduling cruise ships in and out of each of the respective ports, not only in Southeast, but throughout Alaska. To give you a little kind of a timeline on how that process works, and I'll use the 22 season as an example. In June, July of 2020, we began receiving schedules from all the operators that look at operating in Alaska for the 22 season. Once we receive all those schedules, we end up inputting them into our scheduler. From there, we then begin the process of identifying conflicts in any of the respective ports. A conflict may be, an example of a conflict would be Glacier Bay having 3 ships when they're only allowed to have 2. Another conflict would be obviously, I'll use the Port of Skagway, which has 4 berths available. Sometimes once we receive these schedules, we may have 6 or 7 ships scheduled for in Skagway. And similar to other ports where congestion is it has become an issue over the years, and we help once we identify those, we help industry solve those conflicts. It's a rather lengthy process. Once we get all the schedules, it's usually a 2 or 3 month process, and working with each of the member lines and identifying and help solve those conflicts. An example of solving a conflict is you may have you have your historic ports of calls where ships are historically in Juneau and or Ketchikan on a Tuesday, Wednesday, and then possibly a Skagway Friday. And we honor that. We honor historic priority for those member lines that have been calling Alaska, and more importantly, even specific days of the week that they call in each of the individual ports. So once we identify those, we then look at some of the one-off itineraries. For example, maybe a ship sailing out of San Francisco where it doesn't hit the same day of the week up here in Alaska Port, and we look to modify that itinerary in which obviously they still get the ports that they may want or are requesting, whether that's a Ketchikan, Juneau, Skagway, and a Glacier Bay. we're able to manipulate that itinerary to get each of those ports, however, on different days than what they originally requested. So it's certainly a lengthy process. It's a process that's been that we've utilized way before my time for the last 40 years. Normally, we're in a position to confirm, for example, for 22, we were able to confirm with industry in November or December. Usually it's about a 3 or 4 month process. Our 2022 schedules are online. However, you'll note that there's no berth assignments assigned to those. Normally, we would wait up until fall of this year to begin signing the berth assignments. When doing so, we work with the local communities and private dock holders in assigning those berths. And then as the season begins to roll around, then that's kind of where our work starts. And for example, we arrange the stevedoring services. We work closely with the pilots and embarking and disembarking pilots on and off the ships. Logistically, there's a lot to it. We work cooperatively with CBP in entering and clearing the ships. We work closely with the Coast Guard as far as notice of arrivals and getting ships in and out of ports in a safe and efficient manner. So in a nutshell, that's kind of how the scheduling process works. It's about an 18-month cycle. We'll begin working on, it's interesting here now, people have already been reaching out wanting to know what's going to take place in 23. And again, that cycle will then begin June, July of this year, where we'll begin that process of hopefully being in a position to confirm what 23 looks like in November, December of this year.
All right, thanks, Rick. I'm sure there's going to be more questions for you, but that was a nice overview. So Liz is back with us. Let's see how your audio is doing now, Liz.
I hope this is a little better.
Yes.
Okay.
Very good.
Thank you, Patty, and apologies for the technical glitch. You were asking about how DMOs have responded to the pandemic in our work and working with our partners. And I have to say that one of our chief duties has been to try to keep communications open between Travel Juno and our partners, making sure they've got the most reliable information, the most up-to-date information as possible. And so, and being able to direct them to resources that can help them out. So keeping them up to speed on all of the federal money that was available to them. And again, just pointing them in the right direction and trying to help, kind of keep them calm, knowing that, this is the storm, we will do our best to weather through it. We also did some special events online, as did many other DMOs. I know there was a very successful promotion up north, but we had a solstice sale so that our partners could provide online deals to locals. So, just giving them an opportunity to do an online sale so that they could get some money, some cash in the door and support them in that way. We did that at no cost to them, which kind of brings me to the next thing too. We found ourselves needing to be really flexible in how we handled incoming dues, our billing, all of those pieces. So like a lot of DMOs across the US, we did late billing. We have offered payment programs that had not been in place before, trying to give some flexibility to our cash strapped partners and try to keep them in the fold as long as possible and keep them engaged. So we've been hearing back from partners who have really kind of glommed onto that, and I think it made the difference between keeping partners and keeping cash flow in and losing partners. So we certainly want to do everything we can to keep them engaged. And I think that for us, again, the communications piece is really important in terms of some of the protocols and other things that are being put into place. One of the things that we noticed happening across the US was efforts on DMOs and communities to show that their community was a safe place to visit. So that's why we launched the Juno Cares project. We did this through a grant from City and Borough of Juno. It allowed us to do some videos and promote those videos, showing people actively engaged in keeping their businesses clean and safe, and letting people know that Juno is preparing for their arrival when the time is right. So we rolled these out nationwide. It created a spike on our website, so people were looking at them, and we know that visitors are looking for that kind of information to select a destination. They want to know that a destination is doing everything they can to keep their community safe and to keep guests safe. So this is part of what we're doing. It's an ongoing project. It will have to be, morphed a little bit as time goes on, but our effort was to create something that looked a little evergreen that would see us through not only this pandemic, but probably unfortunately the other pandemics that will be headed our way in the coming years.
Great, thank you. So my next question is just kind of an open question to everyone on the panel, and basically specific to the roles that you each play in returning the cruise industry to Alaska. What would you say are the challenges as well as the opportunities that you face? And let's start with Rorie this time.
Well, I think the opportunity is for us to get organized. So per the CDC's order, the cruise companies have to enter into a number of agreements with ports about medical facilities, port agreements, housing issues. So, it's really hard to say what the medical need will be when ships are allowed to sail. It's obviously going to be very different than it is today. And I think that, in northern Southeast, Juneau, Hoona, Haines, Skagway, all to at least some extent use Bartlett Hospital. So we've got to be talking about that medical agreement. We've got to be talking about availability of flight medevac services, things like that. So I think we need to communicate and coordinate with each other and with industry. And that's what we're trying to do. We just don't really even have the rough framework of knowing where we need to start. What we can do definitely is be really good at vaccine distribution, to the extent that we can, roll up our shirt sleeves and get vaccines in arms when they're available. I think that helps a lot. We've been really happy with what we've been able to do in Juneau. I think today we've got an event, and by tomorrow we might be 24% of our eligible population. And the Hoona manager, Dennis Gray, told me a couple of weeks ago that they were up to around 65%. I think having cohesive public health strategies and responses in Juneau, certainly masking, we've been really together on that, and to the extent that we can, I think, simplify and clarify our approach. That's what we can do.
Thanks. Josh.
From our part, the biggest challenge is really seeing all the businesses and the communities that rely on us. We haven't operated in the US in almost a year. It's been very, very difficult for us, obviously, but as we look at the massive ecosystem that is integrated with us, including our travel advisors, obviously the communities we visit and the businesses that rely on us, and at times, often they look to us for answers and guidance. And while we have some, we're all in the midst of a pandemic where there is no finite answer or determined path forward as to how we will get there. So we're all sort of living together in this state of learning what's happening next as it's happening, kind of building the plane as it's flying. And while we wish we could turn around and give certainty, whether it's positive certainty or negative certainty, we wish we could, but we're fundamentally in the same boat as really all of us are together, which is learning, waiting, and just trying our best. So that's a challenge we have. So thank you.
Thanks. Rick, back to you. You'll need to unmute, Rick. You had it unmuted, but you muted again. Oh, there
Muted
you go.
again. Here we go. Okay, now we can you hear me now? Good. Certainly, I agree with what Rorie had said, and a lot of that is what I was going to bring up as well. But I think it's important, or certainly one of the challenges is, and I think it's important that ensuring that there is consistency in mitigating the COVID-19 among the Alaska port communities with the goal to achieve a path towards safe resumption of cruise traffic. And again, it's encouraging to see the engagement with the Southeast communities along with the industry and dealing with those issues. I also think that the more we vaccinate and the more communities process and evaluate what dock facilities, tour operators, retailers, local restaurants, airports, as well as the emergency services do to mitigate the virus, the closer we come to safe resumption in these ports. I think it's also important as cruise lines, especially based on the news out of our Canadian friends, you know, as cruise lines evaluate revised deployment options to Alaska, in that the possibility of taking their ships out of Vancouver and may possibly moving them into Seattle as a viable option. Of course, that's all pending based on the PBSA, but I think it's important for Alaska that we're able to confirm that the ports here in Southeast are indeed agreeable and ready to accept ships again when they're ready to return. So, Rorie, I think a lot of what you said is true, and I think it's an important, it's a big challenge in trying to get the communities somewhat on the same page to allow safe resumption of cruise.
All right, and Liz.
Well, I think as a DMO, and while this is a panel about the restart of cruising, we can't forget our FITs, our fully independent travelers as well. I agree that getting our communities vaccinated at a really high rate, get as many people in there as we possibly can, is going to serve us really, really well in being able to welcome these folks back. And we know that at Travel Juneau, a significant portion of our cruise visitors do return to Juneau for a longer visit. So I think being able to welcome people, getting our communities ready to welcome people back is going to be imperative. It's going to be a challenge, just for all the reasons that we've talked about. But again, communicating what we're doing to keep people safe and ensuring that that is actually happening is going to be really, really important for a lot of our communities. Without the the season coming up, it's going to be even more important to try to drive independent traffic. So to kind of make up for that. But even inside of that FIT realm, we still have to be in a position to make sure that all of our guests, all of our visitors are welcomed into our communities, and that our communities are ready to extend that welcome.
All right, very good. I think I got all of you on that one. I think over the last several days, and of course in the weeks since year since the pandemic hit, it's safe to say that we've had a lot of support from our elected officials at the local, state, and federal levels, and that they are working on our behalf. So my question to you is, what can each of us do in our respective roles to support each other and get back to cruising? And this time I'll start with Rick.
Well, let me first unmute. Can you guys hear me this time? Well, that's a good question. I think first and foremost, Patti, I too agree that our local, state, and federal have been very supportive. I think that's a good thing, and they continue to be supportive. Most of what is required to safely resume operations in Alaska is quite honestly out of our hands, as some of we have just talked about here this morning. However, I guess as I see it, our voices of Alaskans telling our story is much more effective and meaningful than even industry and the political leaders. I think that maybe we need to keep telling your neighbors and in meeting and the leadership and local stage as well as the national stage that share more just in the economic impacts, but explain what resumption of cruising means, not only to your family, your employees, your schools, airports, and health services, not to mention tax revenue, and the well-being of your community. I guess that's how I would look at it. I think it's important that to note that people come to Southeast Alaska from all over the world, and to hear our stories and to experience our cultures and to see where we live and experience, and it's a taste of our way of our life. So I guess my point would be is just don't underestimate the value of our story, and continue to remain optimistic wherever there is a little hope for that.
Great, thanks. I'll jump back to Liz here now for her response.
Well, I think being able to bring our communities along with us is going to be incredibly important. Here in Juneau, we're seeing a little bit of resistance to the reopening of the industry, but just to Rick's point, really communicating the value of the industry to our town, to our community, reiterating the idea that the folks who are doing the excursions, our operators, our retailers, are also our neighbors, our friends. We've got kids in school. These are not others that just absolutely pick up and leave at the end of the season. So kind of getting everybody facing the same direction, I think, will be a big challenge for us. I think it's quite doable, and we need to just make sure we've got good information out there, solid information, and call people out when they are not telling the truth about the industry or its benefits to the community.
Okay, Josh.
Thank you. And first and foremost, living in Miami, being almost as far away from there as you can be in the U.S., it is encouraging for me and heartwarming to see the elected officials, Senators Murkowski and Sullivan and Congressman Young. It's very clear from afar that they are working diligently on behalf of the state and ultimately just to try and do right by the communities there. But what the communities can do, I kind of jotted it down pretty quickly. Get vaccinated, stay diligent and healthy, and then lastly, stay positive, because it's a hard time right now, undoubtedly. That said, we will, as an industry, be back, and we will be back in Alaska bigger than ever, and the future is absolutely bright, and we look forward to all working together to making it a success. So thank you.
Thank you. And Rorie.
Thanks, Patti. I think we have to spend a little time and walk in each other's shoes and really appreciate the issues that we all face. In Juneau, we got a pretty generous allocation of CARES Act funding from the state, and we did the best we could to spread it around to individuals and businesses. Those local businesses that are job creators that make our community interesting and unique, super important. And I know that the news over the last couple of months are just heavy blows on those businesses, whether they're in tours or in retail or food and beverage. I mean, it's a really hard time for those businesses, and we have to figure out how to keep those people going. If they're going to have to wait another 14 months to see any real commerce, that's really hard, but that's really important to the fabric of the community. We've all got to figure out how to, spend our money locally, shop locally. It doesn't matter what town you're in. And I think for Juneau, I think we really have to advocate for the region and the other towns. I'm worried about Skagway. I'll be honest. Skagway is heavily reliant on cruising as part of their economy. And I think we have to try really hard to make sure that somehow Skagway gets support and is protected. And, you know, we look a little bit closer to Juno, we have to look over at Huna. You know, Huna Totem has made a big play, big investment. And, you know, that's brought so many positive things to Huna. And so how do we figure out how to help Huna, you know, keep that positive momentum? And, you know, in Southern Southeast, you know, Ketchikan had a big hit from the loss of the timber industry. I mean, this probably feels too similar to recent activities. So I think the message is we're in this together. We have to figure out how to manage what we think and hope is a temporary situation. And we have to look forward to the fact that we have this stunning product ourselves in our region to share with visitors. I mean, we're a super popular destination. We're on people's bucket lists, and that has a lot of value. But we've got to support each other to get back to the point where people are able to come and visit us.
Great. Really great comments and definitely things to think about. I've been jotting down some notes as you've all been speaking, and to Rorie's point, as far as, you know, just being a desirable destination, I think Alaska exudes a chance that, you know, you can get out and get away and be in nature and not worry too much about some of the challenges maybe you left from your home, you know, you're in the city or something. So we do have a lot of opportunity. We just got to get ourselves to that point where we can take advantage of it. I wanted to make sure we left plenty of time for questions from the folks in the audience. But before we turn things over to Robert to pose those questions, anybody have any final comments or any thoughts that you didn't get a chance to say earlier that you want to make sure you addressed?
Patti, if I could kind of chime in here. The Alaska Travel Industry Association has, of course, been front and center with all of this. And I have to applaud the work that they have engaged in, you know, since the pandemic was basically declared, in pulling together samples of protocols and mitigation plans and making those available to any business that wants them. So going to that ATIA site, and we've got a link on the Travel Juno site where businesses can access those. That's been incredibly helpful. And that's, you know, using those as templates, I think will go a long way toward meeting the criteria that will be put in front of us as we move ahead. Thanks.
Rick, did you have something you wanted to add? Nope. Okay.
Nothing. Thank you.
Rorie, real quick, for your group that's meeting, my understanding is you've organized a couple of subcommittees now that are going to get started. Do you want to touch briefly on what their focus is going to be on?
Sure, thanks, Patti. So we have two subcommittees that are going to be working on. One is going to be kind of, I think we're calling it the case management group. You know, what happens if we get a person who needs medical care? How are we going to manage that and just procedurally work out the issues? Obviously, you know, we're still waiting to hear what the ships need to do on board. They're undoubtedly are going to have quarantine areas on board. And the ships are undoubtedly going to have testing on board and pre to getting on board. But that case management issue of just working that issue out. So that'll be one group. And then the other group will be kind of working on shore excursion protocols. And I think the idea is, you know, we need to be talking about, you know, how many people do we think we can handle? Are there going to be restrictions on the movement of people? Are we going to try and cluster people? You know, are our restaurants going to have a section of the restaurant that'll be, for example, you know, visitors over here, locals here, just all those kinds of things to come up with best practices. So we're trying to get that effort going.
Great. And just to kind of reiterate too, one of the benefits, I think, of your group regionally is if we can have some consistent practices where it works across the region, kind of standardize those protocols. But then we have a lot of local groups, and in Ketchikan in particular, we've had some very active work groups that could kind of take that and then as needed amend it to what the local community can provide. So stay tuned, more information coming on those activities here as we continue to drill down on all that and work forward. I just want to say thank you to our panelists. It's been great to interact with you this morning, and I appreciate everything that you're doing to restart the industry. And then I'd like to turn things over to Robert so we can get some questions from the audience. Thank you.
All right. Well, I just want to echo the appreciation. This has been a great panel. And we do have a number of questions, and we've got just a few minutes to get through as many as we can. But Rick, I just wanted to just reiterate something that you had said about telling our story, because I think that's so important. I appreciate the positive vibe throughout everybody's comments, but sometimes there's a disconnect between what some characterize as, well, these big ships from big corporations flow through, but these are our families and friends, businesses on Main Street that are impacted. These are our, these excursions, small businesses, what Alaska is in Southeast, and it's really important to really show, I think, the impacts, like you said. So appreciate that reminder. The first question, actually, Patty's going to go to you because, the first question I got off the chat line was, on my phone actually, was, how do folks really, what do they have to work with? And Liz mentioned templates and letters and work that ATI has been doing. And I think it's good that, that we understand where the information is and how to get it, and they personalize it. But where would people go if they want to see that work or modify it for their own use?
Well, there's been a couple of things that I've been really trying to stress to folks. The first, of course, as it relates to crews, we have a template already with the work that was done on the Healthy Sail panel. And of the 63, 73 recommendations, then guidelines that were put out in that, there are probably 8 or 9 of them that really relate specifically to ports, to tour companies, to communities. So if you're not familiar with those guidelines that the cruise industry themselves put out, that would be the first thing I would ask that you might want to do. Secondly, if your business is part of a particular sector, retail or restaurant or tour, you will find, as Liz mentioned, there's a wealth of information on the ATIA, the Alaska Travel Industry Association website, and their website is easy to remember. It's alaskatia.org. You can go there and see the work that was compiled over the summer. If you are part of a statewide association or a national association, I mean, you can go look at national tour operators, and you'll find that they also have protocols as well that you can, templates that you can use to adapt to your specific needs. And then, going back to the conversation with the committee that Rorie and the mayors and the managers throughout Southeast have been working on, is just, be ready to take a look at the recommendations that come out of that regional group, as well as any local groups that might be working to put those to use, so that, again, we can achieve a consistent level of protocols and policies in place, better for all of us, better for our visitors.
Sure. Rorie, the smaller communities, Wrangell, Petersburg, they get the occasional cruise ship in. How do they coordinate efforts so that their port COVID requirements and policies are in sync with the rest of the region?
When we have something, we'll reach out. I mean, we just, literally don't, there is no secret plan yet. I think Josh was absolutely correct. We're all slowly evolving the state of limbo together. And once we're able to understand on a technical level what CDC is going to require, then we're going to understand on a local level how we can complement that. And we'll be happy to involve the small communities in that too.
Maybe Rick and Josh both can comment on timelines. I appreciate the fact that you said don't give up on 2021. We're going to hang in there and hold you to that. But at some point, there's a critical path timeline to break the glass, pull the lever. But what can you speak to as far as timelines?
Sure, I'll hop in there. I'm actually more, so for us, there are timelines. We have to bring crew back to our ships. We have to get them full of lobster and beer and all of the things that need to happen in order for us to operate cruises. But we can do that to operate anywhere in the world. Even if the season is going to be 2 months, we can do that, and we'll do that. We're actually, in a way, looking at the community, and we need to be thoughtful about, there are clearly high fixed cost mobilization efforts that need to happen for a number of tour operators. So how do we thread that needle between keeping those that can spring into action in a quick way without taking on too much financial burden, so we can still have a great season when the lights turn on, so to speak. And so for us, the decision to return it's not about a short-term commercial decision. If we realistically, at reduced guest counts and a reduced season length, in some cases, it's better off for us to just keep our ships in hibernation than it is to bring them out and have them operate. But that's really not at all in our psyche and our motivation. It's much more around restoring confidence in our product, as well as I've mentioned, and we've all talked about it, this system and this big giant machine that we're all a part of. It's kind of like an old car. You don't want it to sit in the garage for too long without turning on the engine, because when you do, you don't even know what's going to be broken along the way. And so that's a major part of things for us, that, again, this is not motivated by a short-term financial opportunity. It's much more long-term. And because of that, as soon as we can operate, we intend to.
Great. Rick, thoughts on the timeline aspect?
I really don't. I guess my only point that I would make is that as people continue to look at our schedule, which is online, the cruise line agency schedule, is that nothing is going to move off that up until we're officially notified by the cruise line. So I continue to get a number of questions. Well, what's it going to look like in May and June and July? And I can give you my personal opinion. I can certainly speculate on all that, but just as a friendly reminder, up until I officially hear from Josh at RCI and others throughout industry that they've officially canceled a portion of this season, they're going to remain on the schedule until I officially hear from them. So that's really what I have on that.
All right, thanks. Liz and Rorie, the Juneau Visitor Industry Task Force made some recommendations. What can you glean from that speaks to the restarting of the cruise industry?
I'm going to defer to Rorie on this one.
Robert, we have a lot of work to do, and we have a lot of optimism and things to work on. I mean, we're going to get a proposal or a presentation about the NCL dock proposal in I think next Thursday night. So I think there's reason to be very optimistic about the strength of cruising to Southeast in the future. I think that we have really been working on organizing ourselves better so that we can make cruise ship visitation less stressful on the community in the face of the growth. So, I think we have a lot of work to do. Our visitor task force, I think, did a really nice job of kind of packaging up a to-do list for our assembly, and we're going to be working on that. And so while we're going to remain hopeful for some remnant of a season this year, I think we're kind of bullish about next year. We think that Southeast is going to be a popular destination, and we all know that there's incredible pent-up demand for people that want to go on vacation.
Great. Hey, while you have your mic open, a question came in about CPV. funds and how restrictive they are. You want to speak just very briefly to why it's restrictive, and is there an opportunity to broaden that at all? What's the handcuffs on that?
So Robert, I'm looking for the question. Okay, so yes, so CPB funds, so sometimes we refer to marine passenger fees, sometimes commercial passenger vessel fee. So funds derived from cruise ship passengers. Cruise ship industry has been super flexible, working with us on how we allocate those funds. I mean, we obviously had multi-year litigation that was unpleasant for all parties, but was resolved in a really positive way, I think, for Juno and for industry. So there's definitely a good conversation about how to use what funds that we have.
Great, thanks. Our last question, Liz and Patti, as local DMOs, and part of that whole support infrastructure for the industry, how long-term housing is an issue in places like Juneau and Ketchikan. Can you speak to the housing for, well, actually, this is more about remote workers, but it talks about housing in support of tourism anyway, for sure.
I'll go first. That's been an issue that has repeatedly come to the forefront in the visitor industry here in Ketchikan now for a number of years, just trying to find housing. We have many companies that have actually purchased housing for their seasonal employees just to be able to offer that to them and encourage them to work for them. On the remote worker thing, there's actually a pretty big project underway by the Greater Ketchikan Chamber of Commerce to encourage folks. And our borough did a housing study, probably a year or two ago. So, and now with COVID, the market's getting tight again. People are buying homes and looking to upgrade because they want a bigger house so they can have a home office and all of those things. So it is a challenge. I think I'm sure most communities struggle with that, especially due to the seasonality, because not only do we have workers who come in to kind of fill the gaps where we don't have enough local people, but in the industry, we also have fishing, that also takes its toll. So I think it's a challenge and something that is continues to be an issue for our employers. And if anybody has any great ideas, send them our way. Love to hear it.
All right, Liz, anything to add on that?
I think Patti really summarized that really, really well. We here in Juneau have the same problems, and like in Ketchikan, several of our seasonal employers have purchased property for their staff. And I think just keeping our eye out on that challenge and weighing in wherever possible when new projects become available or they're beginning to get it talked about. It's something that I've spoken with city leadership about over the last several years. And as Patti said, we have to monitor it and keep information flowing about what's available and help out as best we can.
All right, well, thank you. And to the panel, thank you one and all. This is very near and dear to our hearts, and it's not the end of conversation for sure, but it helps to inform the region of the steps that are being taken moving forward, and there are solution sets coming together. So thanks, Patti and panelists. I want to do a special shout out, Josh, to Royal Caribbean. I don't know that you'll be here at the noon hour when we're doing our check presentation to the University of Alaska for our scholarship foundation, but Royal Caribbean had donated a cruise that was staffed right up, and a good chunk of that check was part of that donation. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we will segue on to our next panel right on time. So that was a meaty hour there, and we're really, I think each of these sessions have had a lot of interest, and we're really grateful to have Admiral Barrett come back. And when we last heard, the recommendations were being formulated. He was leading the 9-member group of dedicated meetingaholics that we're searching for a solution for the marine highway system. So Admiral Barrett, thanks for coming today and reminding folks what those solution sets are and how the reshaping work group arrived at those conclusions. So good morning.
Good morning, and thanks, Robert, for giving me a chance and to be with you all. Actually, your panelists and guests, and the other panelists that are here, and I see a couple of people that will get their hands on the ferry system these days, and I just want to shout out to them. I understand how hard that job is. You know, my old expression is, "There's no easy money comes from the sea." I don't think you ever get easy money off the water, so especially around Alaska. So I thought I'd just spend a couple of minutes and obviously happy to take some questions about how we approach this issue and where we landed in terms of recommendations. And really the goal is to kind of make the system better for Alaskans and make it easier to operate and more suitable to the actual customer needs that we have around our coastal communities. So, and unfortunately, I would tell you, and I'm just going to read this. It's the report, by the way, is up on the state website along with Southeast Conference report. This is not a new issue, right? And unfortunately, a lot of recommendations that have been made over the years were never really implemented. But for a variety of reasons, and despite best efforts by the employees and mariners who operate the vessels, today the system operates an aging fleet. It's costly to maintain. It's poorly matched to some of the ferry route needs. It's got very limited flexibility to adapt to changing circumstances. So you see the equipment breakdowns, challenges with some of the labor issues, cumbersome procurement. They highlighted for us kind of underlying systemic problems. I had a boss one time early in my career in the Coast Guard in Alaska, by the way, who told me, you know, the answer or the solution to a problem is sometimes a level above the symptoms you're seeing. And so these problems didn't develop overnight. They're for a variety of reasons over years. But fundamentally, we tried to look at the as a system, right, systemically, and even in a broader context as part of a larger transportation system. In other words, you've got not just ferries on the water, you've got barges, you've got commercial operators as well as private operators, you've got air service. And I know it's not the same around the state. We looked around the state too. You know, you don't get bypass mail in Southeast. That's one of the ways cargo moves in other remote communities in the state. But we tried to look systemically at what was behind the problems and then come up with solutions that, if implemented, would improve the system for the long term. We could not find what I would call a long-term fleet plan or a long-term strategic plan, at least documented, that laid out a long-term view. A lot of the decisions over many years were kind of, I would say, a bit of ad hocery. So where we came up after, and we listened hard. We, despite the COVID challenges and the remote things, we spent a lot of time, and Robert was on our panel and knows it well, listening to people in the communities. We listened to the management of the system. We listened to the mariners who sail the boats, who maintain the equipment. We listened to the shipyard workers, the unions, commercial providers, tried to get a broad picture of what we were dealing with. And we had a charter from the governor. We tried to be responsive to that. That's up on the site as well. But we had pretty free rein to take a look at issues and no real steering in terms of the recommendations. So what we came up with, and I'm just reminding folks, and I don't want to belabor the time here for you, we got other panelists, but we landed in a couple of areas. So first, the system needs more budget stability. Regardless of the funding level, you need to have stable budget. The laws allow that. They allow for multi-year funding for the ferry system. That's never really been implemented or funded. I saw a news story the other day about, and the system responded appropriately about service to Cape. But fundamentally, you're still trying to set down the summer schedule, and it's already, you know, mid-February. Most of your tour companies, your cruise, everybody else, they're setting schedules a year or two in advance sometimes, or 18 months out anyway. And the inability to do that makes it very hard for the ferry system people to manage and schedule the operation. But you need to get more budget stability at whatever funding level that you're going to provide. It needs to be stable and consistent so the people that run the system can plan multi-year. You need to make changes in the governance system. There's different ways to approach it, but fundamentally the governance model needs to have more of a business focus. This is a large, it's a large capital investment business. It's got 30-year investments. Operationally, it's complex, but in any case, it doesn't run as much like a business as we thought it could. And that means driving to make it as efficient as you can, basically to try and reduce the draw on state federal funds, but basically to bring a different culture there in terms of driving costs or containing costs, and also in terms of the revenue that the system brings in. So budget stability, more business focus to governance, and we made some recommendations there. System reliability is a challenge. We think that needs to be improved. You've got an old system, old vessels. You can keep an old car running for a long time, and you've got a lot of old vessels there, and age is not always an impediment to running well. And you got people that know the system and know the ships and are quite talented actually at getting the Band-Aids on and keeping these 30 and 40-year-old vessels in some cases running. But reliability, we think, could use improvement. And we talked to the management, talked to Captain Falvey. I think there are ways to bring best, or we thought, right, best maintenance practices more into this system. Long term, you need a fleet plan to renew the system with a little different approach. But again, work in ways, trying to bring kind of more best practice in terms of maintenance and give the people that run the system the tools to do that. The procurement flexibility, the planning, the spares. But given the age of the system, the size of the vessels, and the kind of waters you have up here, that's a challenge, but we saw room for improvements. We thought that there are ways to, obviously, to reduce the costs and labor. We've recommended that they renegotiate some of the contracts. And I want to be clear what we were trying to say there. And it's, you know, these things elevate into sound bites. It's really not a soundbite issue to renegotiate some of this. This is not really about how much you pay the people. You've got to pay for the skill it takes to run and operate these vessels. But we thought there are ways to reduce the crewing requirements, particularly when vessels were tied up. So that's an issue I think would take some work and some detailed work, but we thought there's some savings there. The fare models we think could be adjusted and improve some of the costs. And quite frankly, you're talking about running vessels less. Listening to the communities, you know, there's a lot of discussion about what's an essential need in the communities. I was on a panel the other day about food security, but we heard pretty consistently, particularly from some of the smaller communities, that food security was an issue for them. But it was interesting that, and we recognize this, they're more concerned with reliability in some cases than frequency. If they had service twice a month that was reliable, as opposed to say once a week or 4 times a month, they could probably deal with that over time. And again, it's a system view. It has to do with storage, cold storage. It has to do with how shipments come in. It has to do with shelf life. It has to do with a whole bunch of things. But taking a system view there, but you need to kind of step back and take that approach. So that was another thing we talked about. And we do think you need a better long-term, fundamentally a better long-term capital asset match. You have mismatches over time that cause hiccups and headaches. You are all familiar with, we've used the example, you've got 2 new ferries you're not running. Well, you have to put side doors on the ferries to serve the communities that they're supposed to serve. They weren't built with the kind of doors that can handle the docks. And I think we're talking Skagway and Haynes there. But so how do you build vessels for this in terms of not having the type of loading doors that would serve the communities they're intended to serve? And you don't have crew quarters on them, which means you're limited, or you have to pay overnight billeting for ships. So you got crew rest requirements from the MARAD and the Coast Guard, and it's actually Coast Guard. But you can't run some of these vessels and keep a crew going more than 12 hours, 14 hours in some cases. And you've either got to tie up the boat, get crew rest in, or replace the crew, or put quarters on. And that carries a huge cost tail, and you need to look at that. And so those are kind of, but a long-term plan. What's the plan for the fleet long-term? Can you match the vessels really to the service needs in a more affordable way? And at the same time, can you meet the essential needs of the communities? And it's not a black and white issue. It's in that gray space. But that's kind of where we went. I encourage you to read the report. You know, there's, you know, an expression we use, or I use, is you know, the military uses. I mean, the easy day was yesterday. But I would tell you, we've said it repeatedly, change is hard. If you do not change, make some fundamental changes to this system, regardless of the funding level. And you may get some, we didn't look at the COVID kind of scenario. It's very tough last year and this year, probably into the next year. You may get some infrastructure money coming out of the federal government. And it's at US DOT. The way that typically works, we'll see how it works this time, is it funnels into the department and gets allocated by mode. So the FAA will get money for airport improvements. They'll divvy that out across the country. MARAD will get money for ports and perhaps for ferries and other vessel improvements. And highways will get money for highway improvements, and they'll divvy that out probably in accordance with state STIPs, but I don't know. It's going to be legislated. But you have to look at this thing as a system and how it fits into the overall transportation system. It needs some hard work. Clearly, at some level, it's essential, and it's a great opportunity for the state. But it's broken, and it needs some help to make the people, put them in a better position to fix it. That's probably more time than I needed to take, but I encourage you to read the report. And Robert's intimately familiar with it, and was in the sausage making, and that's no easy task. So Robert, way right in, and you can explain. You know, we did have a strong group of members. I thought our hands weren't tied. We did make recommendations that were pretty close to consensus, not exactly, but other members, not every member agreed. And you'll see some comments in there by members who wanted to add their own comments. We had two legislators on the panel, Senator Stedman and Representative Stutes, both of whom have strong interest in the system. And I know we'll be looking for solutions. And I think understand and appreciate the system kind of approach we're talking about.
Yeah, thank you, Admiral. And you know, like you said, there was broad consensus on a lot of these points, and of course, then there were some various interpretations on what some of those points meant. So you know, there's you know, different nuances perhaps to these things, but these are our core needs that the system has. Would you speak a little bit more to some of the budgeting and how that impacts the maintenance? We just saw the Matanuska go down, and there's nothing in the wings to replace it, and it seems that there's been a bottleneck there. And I know that's something that you talked at length to folks about. Any thoughts that you'd like to offer there?
Well, there's two different issues. One is money. Okay, so it's like your old car. The repairs get more and more expensive. Ships and engineering, and you know, you've got rust is around you everywhere. So the cost of maintaining the vessels goes up. But we also found that we make it hard on ourselves by the way we choose to do business. And so the port captains, the ship engineers, the ability to procure repairs promptly and quickly is challenged by the state procurement processes. So you don't have the funding that you probably need to, and you don't have the systems in place to do, as opposed to fix it when it breaks, which is kind of where you are now, is condition-based, a little more condition-based or reliability-centered maintenance, where you spend more money on maintenance up front, hopefully to deter some of the breakdowns that you're seeing. So it's a money issue, but there's a process issue. States chosen to do business a certain way. It's not very flexible, and in many cases not responsive. And you know, the view there was, I think, so it's twofold. They need to have a solid maintenance budget they can plan to, multi-year, by the way, and they need to have the flexibility to respond very agilely and quickly when breakdowns do occur, and their hands seem to be tied a bit. And these are policy decisions, and there are trade-offs on them. But I would say there's two places in there, and I know Captain Falvey can talk pretty directly to that.
Thanks. There's a lot of interest in strengthening AMHS governance across the board, whether the folks are fans of a public corporation or an empowered, restructured MTAB. I think both of those have the core tenets of specialized expertise. You started off your remarks saying no easy money comes from the sea. If you had a magic wand, what are the types of skill sets that need to be at the helm of an enterprise such as the Marine Highway System?
Well, you've got your operating skill sets are there. I think you've got the people that know how to run the system in the leadership there and in the department. So but the skill sets that come in on the business side are, you need marine architect expertise. You need marine operations expertise. You need flat out business expertise. How do you drive efficiency through an organization? How do you change an organization to be more reliable and more efficient at the same time? There's this a broader issue, Robert, but the governance, we thought bringing in more business type expertise, and we laid down what that might look like with a marine focus, but it's general business expertise in the marine environment we thought was lacking with the governance board that we've got now. And it's not any fault of the people there. So bringing that marine business expertise in, we thought was critical. It's not, you've got a classic example, I gave it to you. How did we build a ship, okay, that isn't designed for the routes it's supposed to serve? How does that happen? And I think part of the role of a board is to challenge the thought processes and the designs and the plan for those vessels, for a new vessel. Say that's only one piece of it. To challenge, is this the best way to run the labor agreements? To challenge the thinking of the organization with the expertise to ask the right questions. They don't run the system; it's in the hands of the people who do run it. But it's at least from our point of view, is lacking right now.
Okay, well, thank you. And that was an excellent overview. This has been captured for the record because we're going to replay this a number of times as we arm wrestle with how to help advocate for the system to make the changes that are, as you said, are not easy decisions to make. And I think I've heard that you're going to have multiple invites to virtually appear.
Yeah. Rob, the state's in a tough bind. I would give you a thought though, and it's this. And I've been in a bunch of different positions, but a lot of the discussion goes on how much money do we give them, right? I'm just going to tell you, it's my opinion. This is not the board's necessary opinion. Money can ease a lot of ills, but if you just throw money at this problem and don't fix some of the systemic problems, a couple of years downstream, you're going to be in the same fix. You've got to get at some of these systemic issues. Thank you.
And well said, because for so long, the money did ease the ills, but those ills got older and now they're more expensive to address. So anyway, again, thank you very much for your time this morning on here. You're welcome to stick around, but we're going to go ahead and switch over to the DOT team. We are fortunate to have the Deputy Commissioner, Rob Carpenter, along with South Coast Regional Director, Lance Merrig, and Captain Falvey, who all are near and dear to our transportation world. And Deputy Commissioner, welcome, and thanks for bringing the team. We're going to just turn it over to you and let you navigate the updates from what's happening with the Department of Transportation. So thanks and good morning.
Hey, thanks, Robert. I'd love to be the bearer of good news and tell you all the plans we have with the working group recommendations, but we're going to table that discussion. We have plans in the very near future, I'm sure, to have a conversation with the legislature in quite a bit of depth. But we did want to come and address some of the themes you had presented to us. If you don't mind, I was going to share my screen and do a brief slideshow, if that's okay.
You should be empowered to do that. Go for it.
Okay, thank you. Here. How's that work? Can you see that?
Yep, perfect.
Okay, great. Okay, so we just wanted to touch, Robert, you'd sent me the two main themes here. We're getting through the pandemic for the, how the world is dealing with that, and then the 5-year economic development strategy for the agency. So we want to touch on the two funding acts that were passed that have helped out DOT quite a bit, and then briefly hit on our long-range transportation plan and some strategic infrastructure that's currently underway. So I hope I don't bore you guys. I'll just go brief here. The CARES Act, you guys remember that? It was about $82.5 million from the Fed Aviation Administration that went to DOT. This was integral in providing relief to our international airport system and our rural airport system. We got 33.1 that was directly offsetting loss of revenue and covering personal service and debt service at our 2 internationals up north. And then we had almost 50 million that went for our rural airport system, which spans the entire state and allowed us to cover just about any operating and maintenance expense plus revenue shortfalls of that system. So that was a huge help, and has gotten us through FY20 and into FY21. And in addition to that, we were able to get 28.8 million from the Federal Transit Administration. 10 million of that went right away to the Marine Highway System to help with COVID mitigation and operating assistance. You guys probably remember when COVID hit. Well, we had just gotten our ships back online, and then a pandemic hit, and we were shut down for a while. But eventually, we were able to. Well, as we were shut down, we still were employing people and crew and able to pay them with this FTA money, which was a huge help. And then the remainder, 18.8, went out to all the rural transit grantees that you could think of, like CBJ, TOC, all these people movers and the bus systems that were severely impacted by COVID, lost a lot of revenue. So the newest act, CRISA or CIRSA, depending on how you want to say it, that was recently passed. We, as the DOT, received 55.8 million additional from the FTA. This is pretty exciting. There's a small portion that goes directly to Fairbanks, and then we have the remainder to use for FTA purposes. Potential is for an AMH use, AMHS use. As you may or may not know, roughly the revenue impact to the system over FY20 and 21 is around $45 million that we've taken. That's essentially a budget cut of that amount. We're running short to finish out the fiscal year on money. So this is an opportunity to utilize some of this revenue to shore up the system, to cover that lost revenue, and hopefully get us through 21 and help us out in 22. In addition to that, we got almost $125 million from the Fed Highway for surface transportation. This is again, pretty exciting stuff. Last year, we were able to obligate a record obligations of around $720 million. And now going into this year, between our normal program, Fed Highway program, and this additional coronavirus relief, it's providing a nice boon to the economy, at least the opportunity for one. We've used it so far to open some maintenance stations up north. You guys may have heard a lot of talk about Silvertip and the difficulties in the weather we've experienced up there, and a couple up north as well, Chittenden and Birch Lake. And then we still have about $120 million that is, I guess, to be determined, hasn't been allocated. We need legislative authority for it. But it's basically limited to any Title 23 federal highway uses. So we prefer capital projects, build out the state, provide jobs, and there's potential for some operating budget uses, but we're still waiting for further guidance from Fed Highway. and the FTA for that matter, on this money. But it's a nice opportunity for us. Moving ahead here, on the strategic 5-year economic development strategy kind of theme, I think one of our most exciting things right now is this update to our long-range transportation plan. We just got a consultant on board, Kittleson and Associates, I believe. And this is a federally required plan that's, I think, a minimum of 20 years we're supposed to cover. The agency generally plans for around 30 years. We update it every 5 years. Just realized this is, okay. Anyway, the plan here, our historical LRTP was based on, it was kind of a policy-based plan, which, provides it gives you an objective like build roads, but no real meat behind it, and with the ability to make day-to-day decisions. So we're hoping to make a transition on all our planning to a performance-based planning, and this will allow us to use measurements, data, all the things at our fingertips to try and plan out our highway system, including the green highway system, for using data metrics, and that can include everything from state of good repair, which is very important to me as we maintain what we have, versus building new roads. We don't have decent roads in existence. Why would we build new? But anyway, as you can see, there's a lot of public involvement in this. It's going to take about a year to get this underway. We're starting now. Everything from state and local governments to organizations such as your Southeast Conference will have lots of involvement in this. And this plan will feed into the rest of the plans we have in DOT, which there are many, including our statewide transportation improvement plan, the aviation improvement plan, our freight and rail, pedestrian plans, and the AMATs, FMATs, the local metropolitan area plans, and then our regional plans, which can be for example, the Southeast Alaska Regional Plan or the SATP. I think that's where you guys would be most interested to update that. And so I can't tell, is this in the way of the slide? How do I move that? But anyway, so the LRTP is sort of an umbrella, as I said, for the other plans in the state, and the SATP the Southeast Alaska Transportation Plan will be under that LRTP and follow those same guidelines, same performance-based metrics, but it'll be at a regional level. We'll set goals regionally, targets, priorities, and then one of the challenges here in Southeast is the intermodal connectivity issues. Most of the communities are limited to marine and or air, or both. Very few have roads that connect to each other, and so the goal will be to deal with that and how best to improve upon that. But yet, all falling under the statewide plan that has the goal of improving and measuring statewide how we're doing on a condition basis. It's exciting stuff, I think. Like I said, we've started this process, and it takes some time to develop this, and the LRTP, and we're hoping by spring to really engage, spring 22, which is almost over a year away, to really engage the SATP process. But we need to lay the groundwork on this LRTP before we can get into the SATP. Moving ahead, I was going to turn this over to Lance Merrig, to talk about our STIP and what's programmed out for the next few years, and then tackle some of our strategic investments we have going on right now for infrastructure in Southeast. So Lance, you want to take over?
Sure. Good morning, all, and thank you for letting me come and talk to you. So this is just kind of a snapshot of what we've been doing and are currently doing, and a little bit of what we're looking forward to in the years ahead. I'm going to start off by saying that at South Coast region, so both here in Southeast and out west, the areas that we're responsible for, we typically average in federal investment in our infrastructure about $80 million a year. As you can see, 2020 was a huge year for us. It was a record, as Rob mentioned, statewide it was, but it was for our region as well. And we're looking at several multi-year construction projects. So the construction dollars that have been flowing into the communities or through the communities has been a record both in the summer of 2019 or construction season 2019 and 2020, and we're looking forward to a strong one in 2021. These are the program projects is what I'm showing. So through 2022, we're still looking at more than average, higher than average numbers. You see it does drop off in 2023, but that's the out year for our planning purposes, and there's really a lot of question at this point about what projects will be ready, what's going on statewide. So even if those numbers were to come through, we would still have a lot of carryover in construction dollars from multi-year projects. Rob, I think that's all I have for that slide. So I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the strategic transportation infrastructure. And so we have some projects under development now. I'm showing this on the, some may be familiar with the 4407. It's a public law that gave Alaska road access rights through the Tongass. And so it's probably difficult to see, but the red lines are roads that exist, and yellow are corridors that we acquired easements from the Forest Service. You heard both US senators this morning talk about the roadless rule. This the roadless rule doesn't affect these corridors because we've been granted these easements. So the top two projects are both what we anticipate to be federally funded projects. The Cascade Point is as the recommendation of the working group to build a ferry terminal or operate a ferry terminal at Cascade Point for seasonal service to Haines and Skagway. That's a project that is mostly led Rob's office, but we would be supporting that from the region if that were to move forward. Anguin Airport is a new airport in Anguin. They just have a seaplane base now, and this project has been in the workings since I was at DOT in the early 80s and probably even before that. But we do expect to see some construction starting there in 2022 and hopefully have that airport open in 2025. It's about a $75 million total investment. The next three projects are road projects that we have out in these 4407 in these more remote areas. These are all state funded projects, either through bond, state bond packages from 2008, 2012, or direct legislative appropriations in case of CAKE access. And all three of those projects are underway. Catalina Bay Road's been under construction for 2 years. We expect that to go for another 2 or maybe 3. The CAKE access will expand road access across Kupernoff Island to a launch ramp at 12 Mile Creek. So we'd be able to drive from CAKE all the way across Kupernoff Island, connecting up Forest Service roads, about 5-6 miles of new road construction. And we hope to have that project completed this summer. Then Shelter Cove Road, we've been working on since 2016 outside of Ketchikan. last segment of that construction or improvements to existing roads, we're doing in conjunction with the Mental Health, the Trust Land Office, with the timber sale at Shelter Cove, or I'm not sure what the name of that timber sale was, but the TLO is evaluating proposals now, which include some design build work on some stream crossing improvements, and hopefully that'll be under construction this summer as well. Rob, that's what I had. If there are questions.
Excellent. And of course, there's questions. So just for a little clarity on the LRTP, is that going to be building on the work that the previous plan did that was not complete, or does this have to start all over because of the time lapse?
Are you talking about the SAT portion
No,
of it? The LRTP?
No, the LRTP.
I couldn't answer that, actually. I'm sure it's utilizing many parts of it, but again, we're changing from a policy based to this performance based in all our planning. So I hope it gives us a tool that's actually can help with guiding and providing the answers we need for day-to-day decisions, really.
Sure. Okay. Southeast Conference was part of that, and we'd certainly be available for any support that we can give part of the stakeholder groups or however. So, because then that segues into the question about the SATP, which is, does the LRTP have to be concluded first before, or will you start them kind of in tandem?
Great question, and I think it'll be some concurrent work. The LRTP won't be complete, but they're trying to get to a point where they've made some significant progress, set the general guidelines, general measurements until they start these regional plans. So that's why they have, I think, a spring next year to really start developing it.
Okay, excellent. So what can you say about DOT's planning, at least in this region, in regards to the adoption of electric vehicles? There's quite an internal fleet for DOT. Is that a front burner, back burner, or something we need to put on the burner discussion?
Given that I haven't had a discussion about it, I'm going to say it's back burner at the moment.
Unless the South Coast director has been purchasing some without you knowing it.
Right.
We have not.
I think it's an infrastructure problem for electric vehicles at this point for DOT. We're all over the state, and to have that kind of power source is problematic.
As a statewide policy, I would agree, but I think there are opportunities, and we will pursue that with you because the person asked that question actually leads one of the groups that are promoting electric vehicle use. So anyway, it's nice to be able to give them an update on that question. So thank you. Next question, DOT recently requested comment on its non-metropolitan local official cooperation process. Can you discuss how the new process is different from past practice? If that's in your wheelhouse.
Lance, can you touch on that?
Boy, I'm in the dark on that. That must be coming out of program development, Rob. I'm sorry.
Yeah. You're getting a little too in the weeds for us, guys. I'd have to bring my program development director in.
No problem. We have the question noted. So it's just if that was a policy discussion that was easily answered, now we know to follow it up as well. So, so I guess the question, I guess, would be related to that long-range transportation plan as well as the SATP question here about the inclusion of MTAB in those long-term planning processes. Is that to be expected, or where will you get the input from that intermodal component?
Well, sure. All stakeholders are welcome, and I fully expect to be engaged. MTAB is more than welcome to provide all the input. The Marine Highway System is a huge modal component of Southeast West Southeast Alaska. So it's going to be the planning for Marine Highway. And again, we all, as the Admiral mentioned, it's been challenging the last many years, and we're hoping to improve that, hoping to improve the planning, and it'll start with the Southeast Alaska Transportation Plan, and Marine Highway System will be very integral to that, and all the stakeholders that need to be involved.
Okay. PALCAC there in Prince of Wales Island has identified one of their top priorities for transportation being the Kasan Road. Is this on the radar for the region at DOT?
Well, Kasan Road is not a DOT asset, so we don't own that road.
Okay.
We did provide some support when that slide happened, maybe a little over a year ago, but that no.
Okay. All right. So the projects that were mentioned on the slide, are those already approved and funded?
So on the Cascade Point, to clarify a little bit, that is we have state money for that project. But right now we're trying to follow the proper procurement process, so we don't get, so we do it properly. That's where we're at right now, is making sure we cross all our T's and dot our I's on procurement. And we're hoping to have something public on some progress soon. We'll see where that goes. What was the main part of that question, Robert?
Just whether if they were all approved and funded, or they still have to go through the process.
Yeah, so we do have funding for Cascade Point, and Lance can touch further, but several of those other projects are already funded and underway. I'm not sure where Anguin Airport's at. I think it's got design money anyway.
And Anguin Airport has been through the environmental process. So we have an EIS. We had to do a reevaluation that slowed the project down some, but it's in the FAA spending plan. Certainly the project is a high priority, and we expect funding for that to start flowing on the construction side in 2022 and 2023. As Rob mentioned, the other projects have all started construction.
Okay. Excellent. Question about the Cake Road. I would say Cake to Petersburg, but this question suggests that it doesn't go to Petersburg. What is the plan to get to Petersburg from the east end of the Cake Road being built?
Well, I can address that we will be using all of the available funding for the project that we currently have planned, that to get to 12 Mile Creek. So that's the end of the project for now. And I expect that it will be addressed, any extensions of that road will be addressed in the Southeast Area Transportation Plan.
Okay. So it's too late to advocate for the project to start in Petersburg and go towards Cake, but it's not too late to advocate for more funds to fill that gap. Is that the right way to characterize it?
Yes.
Yeah. That project is, it's set to where it is. We don't have any plans to extend that road further. That's not to say someone can't create those plans and provide the funding, but the funding we have right now gets us to that boat launch, and until someone comes up and provides other funding, that's where it'll stop.
Okay. What is the timeline on the Shelter Cove Road that was on that map as far as when it might be completed?
So we made the connection between the Ketchikan side existing roads and the Shelter Cove road system. That was completed in 2019. Yeah, I think so. The road's still closed to the public, and we expect it to remain closed to the public for the early part of the timber sale activities while the logging contractor is making the improvements. So we don't have a firm date yet of when we might open that road to the public. But I'm hoping that the TLO will start construction on the stream crossings this year, but I don't think they're expecting timber to start moving until 2023 or maybe 2022. So certainly we won't have the road open. I would say 2023 is the earliest.
Okay, that was a catch cam question. So thank you. And what is the latest with the SHACWAC authorization fundings? Is that something that you can speak to?
Not so much. Can you speak to that, Lance, at all?
Well, I can. I'm vaguely familiar with. I believe this is true, that the SHACWAC avenue for funding still exists, but it didn't, in the last two transportation bills out of Congress, did not receive its own dedicated funds. But we can use our state allotment from Federal Highway Administration on SHACWAC projects, but those haven't been programmed. We also can use SHACWAC funding on the Marine Highway System for capital improvement on certain portions of the Marine Highway System, and I think the advantage to some SHACWAC funding may be in match or something, but it's a avenue that was still available to us in the last two bills, but did not have any direct funding.
Okay. So for proponents of that, they should, because one of the things that this conference is doing is identifying federal initiatives that should be monitored and advocated for. So that could certainly be one if it's not getting the full allotment of standalone funding. So thank you. Is there cost projections or design plans on the Cascade Point that's out there, or is that still evolving?
That's very much evolving.
Okay. There's another question in the chat box. Final question I've got then has to do with the Haynes natural disaster event that occurred. The mayor yesterday gave a very positive and thankful shout out to DOT, the highway project, the resources there. So I don't know that either one of you were there to hear that. I just want to repeat that because often those little things become big things and often not recognized and thanked. So I always want to say thank you whenever we can. But what was the damage there to the state road system, and will you be waiting for FEMA funds to repair those, or where does that fit into the scope of work ahead?
Rob, you want me to take that?
Yes, sir, please.
So we have applied for federal highway emergency relief funds that can be used on only higher class of roadways. So in Haynes, it's basically ferry terminal to the border, that direct route that we can use federal highway funds on. We don't have an estimate of the damage repair costs. We got an extension from Federal Highways to complete our damage assessment after winter, so that we can see what we have there. And, oh, I'm sorry. And then for roads and we own quite a few minor roadways in Haynes that some receive some pretty substantial damage. A portion of Beach Road is ours, and Pydad, Comstock roads are, I think, some of the worst damaged. We have all those roads open. We're hoping that we get FEMA funding for that, and our estimate is more than 13 million for repairs to state assets that are in that lower classification.
Okay. Thank you. All right, well, that was the question, and a great overview of so many things that will allow us to continue the conversations with you both. Appreciate you coming in today to provide that to the region. We've got 137 watching live to hear the efforts that you're making on our behalf, and we do appreciate it. So we'll go ahead and segue to Captain Falvey to hear how the marine component of our highway system is doing and what to expect going forward. So Captain Falvey, are you there?
Yep, I'm there. Can you hear me, Robert?
I hear you loud and clear. Thanks
Great.
for joining us.
Oh, yeah, you're very welcome. So what I'm going to do, Robert, as I've been doing since 2003, I don't have a presentation. Can actually cover a lot more ground just talking because there's a lot of things that I'd like to, mention in a short period of time here. But I'll run down through the draft proposed summer schedule that's in play right now. I'll run down through all the ships, kind of give a status, any highlights that, may be involved with the ships. I'll touch on Prince Rupert. I will touch on the new Tustamina design status, and I'll just briefly run through some of the terminal projects we've got going. So as some or most know, we did just complete a 2-week public process of looking at the draft schedules that we've got set for this summer. Runs May through September. What we set is what we assume that we're going to get for funding right now. Okay, that's, as we all know, that's always subject to change. Should more money come along, we would try to get as creative as we could. I will say that crewing is always a challenge. As we have less ships running and less, especially in the winter, trying to keep ships crews employed through the winter, it becomes challenging. But nothing's impossible. So that said, we do have a draft schedule set with 6 ships covering what we think are the bases. And I'll just run down through that really quickly. That's starting with the Kennecott. It's going to operate out of Bellingham, Cross Gulf, 2 times a month out of Bellingham, with also one turn out of Juneau, not going all the way to Bellingham. That should help us a little bit with the Canadian border being closed, with some of the thought process behind that. The departure on the Kennecott out of Bellingham has shifted because of all this to Saturday. Matanuska will operate out of Bellingham up through the system, all the way up through Haynes and Skagway. That departure out of Bellingham has shifted to Wednesday. Laconnie will sail out of Juneau, Northern Panhandle, Lynn Canal, pretty routine. Latoya, 5 days a week, Thursday through Monday, pretty standard. Tustamina is going to sail its routing Homicide over Kodiak, and we're going to do one chain trip a month as opposed to 2. And the Aurora will be sailing in Prince William Sound, so they will get a ship back starting on April 15th. So as far as the ships go, the Kennecott, she's currently in Vigor Shipyard here in Ketchikan, undergoing an overhaul. Things are going well. No surprises yet. As far as Discovery Steel, things seem pretty pretty good to this point. We expect her to be out March 18th. Running Cross Gulf again, and of course, depending upon what we end up with as far as the summer schedules, of course, starting summer schedule May 1. We received a lot of comments on that summer schedule, a lot of written comments. The teleconference that we had Monday, it was a lot. We received a lot more comments, and it went on for a much longer period than the last few we've done. So that's encouraging. We do look at the comments and try to make adjustments where we can. The Columbia is currently in layup. We do not plan in our scheme of things yet to run that ship this summer. We will be putting the Columbia into Vigor Shipyard March 22nd for a routine overhaul, budgeted overhaul, COIs, maintenance, and we've got some Discovery Steel work on that ship. So that will all happen starting March 22nd. Concurrently to all that, we are also in the design process of setting up a federal project. It's actually in motion to replace the controllable pitch propeller system on that ship. It's an original system. A few years ago, we had problems with one of the CCP rebuilds on one of the props. issues, and there's still vibration issues with that ship that the experts can't seem to pinpoint. So, if we want to run the ship, into the future long haul, we need a new CCP system. So we hope to be able to get the Columbia into a federal project in some shipyard somewhere. Of course, it has to be bid out this fall and winter, and that would be a multiple month process. So, we're not at this point looking beyond that, because that's a lot. Getting it certified, overhauled, steel repair, and new controllable pitch propeller system through the winter. Okay, the Matanuska did finish its a state project. She was in the yard 4.5 months. We did a lot of work, state overhaul work, a lot of upgrades. As we know, we did experience a problem with the portside CCP, a stern pitch, as we were doing final fine tuning and sea trials. It does not have anything to do with the problems that we had coming out of the shipyard last year. This is a relief valve that failed, and we're sourcing the part, and it's about a 2-hour job once we get the part. But it's a matter of getting the part here. The manufacturer can walk our engineers through the install. So, we feel the mat's going to get running here again, according to the plan that we laid out. What we did do to cover the bases, aside from those that we missed, in Bellingham, not getting to Bellingham, leaving Wednesday, is we readjusted the Laconnie schedule. Of course, we can run that boat as a 24/7 boat. So we readjusted that schedule to cover the bases from Ketchikan all the way to Haines Skagway, because believe it or not, there are a lot of people moving around aside from those coming out of Bellingham, and we're gonna accommodate those people. So once we get that schedule package done, then we feel pretty confident the Matanuska is going to be running again. The Aurora is still over in Vigor Shipyard. We've done a tremendous amount of steel work on the boat, months and months and months. It's been inside the shed. Concurrently, we've also had an amenities project underway. We've quite a few years ago set up what we call a federal amenities project. I don't want to say small amounts of work. It's substantial work, but small enough work so that it could be done with, of course, a federal money in smaller packages of time. So we've not only done a lot of steel work on the Aurora, we've done a lot of interior upgrading on the ship. Okay, now it's officially in its overhaul, and we'll be heading for Prince William Sound April 1st. So that's the plan on the Aurora. We've done a lot of work on that ship, and it's going to be in pretty good shape when it sails out of here. Latuya, she's been in and out of her overhaul, a week, 10 days. She's running again. No worries there. The Laconnie, we backed up her arrival in Ketchikan Shipyard to accommodate the folks in Southeast that got shortly for a small time canceled because of the Matanuska. We're going to go pick those people up. We've looked really closely at the work we need to do on Laconnie. We think that even getting to the yard a little bit late, we'll still make the April 12th delivery date coming out of the shipyard. So we've lost a little time to cover those stranded passengers, but I feel I can still get it out by April 12th. The Tustamina, once again, she's been up in Seward Shipyard since October, and what was happening there was the federal amenities project. Like I say, it covers multiple ships. We've actually done a lot of federal work, upgrades and things like that on the Tustamina. We are now into the actual overhaul part of the Tustamina, and we surely hope that by April 15th, we've got the Tustamina up and running. I guess maybe while I'm on the Tustamina, well, let me backtrack a little bit. As far as the current Tustamina, we're also in the design process of another $745 million federal project. There's some federal money for additional upgrades to the current Tustamina, everything from vehicle and passenger elevators to interior work, piping, lighting, floor tiling, upgrades to the bridge deck, not just the bridge, but the cabins off the deck, any steel discovery work. I guess what I'm trying to get at is we are doing everything we can to keep the present Tustamina in as good a condition, as we can, while we await the new Tustamina. So I just want to make it very clear that we are putting a lot of time and effort and funding, especially federal funding, into the current ship to keep it rolling. The new Tustamina, the design is continuing on. That has not stopped. There's been some challenges within the last year or so. IMO and the Coast Guard changed stability rules and regulations, mostly because we lost the U.S. flagship a few years ago, and there was some stability concerns with that. So that set us to some design modifications. The ship would be a little bit wider because of stability, and there's some things that had to be reincorporated into the design. Okay, and the design continues on. I know there's questions about SOLAS or non-SOLAS as part of the U.S. Coast Guard SOLAS IMO stability changes. SOLAS regulations internationally changed too, and it's complex. It's naval architecture stuff. It's very complex. But long story short, what we're trying to do is, our consultant is working with Coast Guard headquarters to see if we will fall under what I would term simply for everybody, straight SOLAS regulations or enhanced SOLAS regulations. And what it comes down to is new ships being designed under SOLAS that are a certain size, that have a certain spacing between what we call watertight subdivisions, will either fall in or out of needing extra requirements. And when I say by extra requirements, split engine rooms, command centers for, handling an onboard disaster, the enhanced SOLAS, if the ship fell into it, could get very costly. And we're trying to get a definite out of Coast Guard headquarters, because the new Tustamina kind of falls into a gray zone. So working hard to try to get that, so we know which way that we're going to go. If we got to go with enhanced things, it may be a little more costly. But the design's moving ahead. We did find another $8.2 million of earmark money, federal money, to continue on with the design. We initially had $10 million of state money. There's a few million left there. Some of that's being used up by the redesign that because of the regulation changes. We are going to go through a CMGC process, construction manager, general contractor, just like we did with the ACFs. And with that, as we move along here very shortly, we'll be needing to look for a shipyard to partner with us to finish the design of the boat. We're at about 60% of complete design. You got two components to that. You got functional and detail, and where we get into a CMGC shipyard partner is the detailed design part of this. So that's right around the corner. In essence, long story short, we might be a year away from that boat being completely designed and ready to be built, should the funding be available. So that's where we are with with the new Tusty. Prince Rupert. Almost 2 years ago now, U.S. Customs and Border Protection came to us, and of course, other folks, to let us know that they were changing the rules and regulations regarding full pre-clearance in Prince Rupert. For years and years and years, we haven't been doing full pre-clearance. There's been a lot less requirements clearing, our passengers coming in from Rupert, coming into the country. So that all changed. A lot of that had to do with the U.S. Customs and Border Protection agents, being allowed to carry weapons in Canada, which gets complex. But part of these rules and regulation changes will allow their agents to be armed while in Canada. Now, what this means is, and we were working very vigorously towards trying to find out exactly what it meant as far as upgrades up till last April. We had planned a trip, and it was in the planning stages. Myself, my two commissioners, commissioner, deputy commissioner, and a fairly substantial crew from Director Merrick's staff and Southeast region there, to spend almost a week in Rupert with U.S. Customs and Transport Canada to lock in and find out exactly what we need to do to upgrade, to update the Prince Rupert terminal to meet the requirements. What we knew at that point is there were, in essence, 3 minor things that we needed to do just to get running there again. Okay, that it involved getting a very say high-tech, government-approved gun safe and storage locker, which is en route right now. So that's happening. There was some modifications that needed to be made to the inside of the building. The engineers at South Coast Region are well along with the design process of that. And then we had some perimeter fencing we had to upgrade. That would have got us running again, while we had about a 2-year period of time to show substantial movement towards upgrading the actual terminal. Okay, I mean, we've got a basic idea of what we need to do, but we don't have a detailed idea, and that's what the meeting was that we were supposed to have a year ago in Prince Rupert. Of course, the border closed and it stopped everything. As we all know, the Canadians have extended that border closing until next February. So unless that changes, there's no way we can get back to Prince Rupert before next February. Right now, our goal is to service Rupert again, but there are things we need to do. There are challenges. We're actively engaged with that, and once the border opens, we'll be moving ahead. With servicing Rupert. I mean, that's the plan for right now. As far as terminals go, as most know, we work very closely with Director Merrick's staff there at South Coast Region. Over the last 10, 12 years or so, we've done a lot of work on our state-owned terminals, upgrades, rebuilds in some cases. The infrastructure in the terminals, the docks, the uplands, they're in pretty good shape right now, although we do continue on with projects. A few that are going right now is we're finishing up an uplands project in Auk Bay on the actual terminal building itself, roofing, interior, electrical, things like that. We'll be finishing up the last part of a multi-year project in Ketchikan with berth 3. We're going to add some fendering to berth 3. That's where the Latuya and the IFA docks in the stern berth. By March or so, we will have completed a redesign of the stern berth in Juno, where the ACF's, the Taslina dock. That dock was designed for the Fest ferries, and the fendering and the line layout was not sufficient for high winter winds. So we've made adjustments to that, so the boat will be, very secure sitting there during the winter time. As far as future work on our terminals, we have started discussions with the engineers regarding just in general with the marine structures, bridge and float painting, bridge floor beam modifications, improvements to the synchro lift systems on the ramps. We're going to add an east berth dolphin in Auk Bay. System-wide cathodic protection, that'll all be replaced and upgraded. And there are some modifications, I think, still to be made in Anguin. So what I will do now is, I know I left off at Tusty. That kind of got me off on another trail. So we know where we are with the current Tusty, with the new Tusty being designed. The two ACFs, they're here in Ketchikan. The Hubbard is in layup. That's sitting at the City Berth 3 in Ketchikan. We do have a very small crew aboard doing routine maintenance and looking after the boat 24/7. We're still uncertain as to where we're going with the Hubbard. It's not certified yet. It's in layup. The Taslina is in an overhaul, which overhaul, maintenance, upgrades, all that kind of stuff. That will be finished on March 21st, and then we'll bring that back to its dock in Hawk Bay, which new fendering and new line layout will be. It'll be very safe for the boat to sit there during the winter. The side doors, I don't know if folks have seen the press, but the forward starboard side doors have been installed over the winter on both of the ACF vessels, which will give them more flexibility. I know the Admiral had mentioned that. So that's, I think, the long and short of what I had as far as just, updating. And I could take questions at this point.
Thank you so very much. That was a very comprehensive report. And I think it really checked the boxes. I mean, I've got some deeper dive questions I'll save for MTAB next month, but no, I think you guys are certainly making do with what money and mandates you've got, and it is. We appreciate having some level of service throughout. I think one question that I've heard mostly is just regarding the gap of services this next month. I know that Connie's going to be filling in as much as she can for Matt Nuska, but the Columbia is not scheduled to go into overhaul status for a few weeks yet. Was that not an option to roll her out? Does it just takes too much time?
Well, I mean, what it comes down to, Robert, is the money that we have, that we think we have, and the revenue we think we're going to make. We've gone with our best estimate with the 6 ships, and right now, going forward, the Columbia is really out of the picture until we can get the CCP done, which will be at the end of next this coming fall and winter, and I think, as Deputy Commissioner Carpenter said, there's going to be a lot of discussion, of course, with the legislature, and I'm sure with MTAB, as to go forward. How are we going forward? Right. And what we've come up with is, the 6 ships. That's the money we have. As Deputy Commissioner mentioned, we've lost a lot of revenue too because of COVID this year, so that is incredibly challenging. But this is what we've got, and I think we all look forward to more discussion about go forward and such.
All right. Well, thank you, and we did want to hear from all of you. We are running a little bit off our printed schedule. We certainly want to hear from Ron and give him a few minutes to give us an update on how the IFA is doing before we launch into our beneficial electrification. So, Ron, IFA is very important to the entire region to see that functioning leg down there. How are things going? And let us know how we can support what needs you see ahead.
Absolutely. I'll try and be brief. So we had a challenging year, like everyone, with the mandates, travel plans, reduced ridership, reduced sailings, and then we had 2 significant breakdowns on top of it. So how did we do in 2020? We actually transported 22,378 people, 6,177 cars, constituted a 49% reduction over 2019. Unfortunately, with reduced ridership also comes reduced fare box. IFA has enjoyed for many years now fare box recovery rates that have been in the high 70s and actually as high as 84%. Last year was actually 41% in 2020. It should have been about 50, but then we had $700,000 worth of emergency unscheduled maintenance. I want to take a moment right now, as long as Captain Falvey's still on the phone here. Hey, thank you for the help and support in Prince of Wales when we went down unexpectedly twice in the past year. We really appreciated it. And then
Yeah,
one highlight.
yeah, you're welcome, Ron, and we'd like to thank you too because you fill in when the Latuya goes into overhaul. So it's a two-way street, and we thank you for that also.
Yep. All right, thank you, sir. All right, and then one thing we do take a little pride in and of interest to Southeast communities. One thing that was kind of nice this year, I mean in 2020, is actually the IFA was able to facilitate the funeral of Jean McLeod, who actually was the daughter of kind of a Southeast Alaska original and celebrity Gilbert McLeod. So if you ever want to know who Gilbert McLeod is, you can pick up the book Gilbert Says at most of the libraries in Southeast. So the question that the conference posed was getting through to 2022. And for the IFA, really it comes down to funding and passengers. Nearly all of our rainy day funds have been consumed with the 2 unexpected breakdowns we had this year. Unfortunately, with those breakdowns, one of them occurred before we had been able to secure our Buy America waiver. So we ended up having to replace the reduction gearboxes on the Stikine out of our own pocket. And then when we had the engine failure on the Stikine, we were unable to get the federal funds that were in the STIP because we were out of period. So we had to pay for that out of pocket too. So it's really put us in a hole. It was really nice. The IFE did receive $1.3 million in the initial CARES Act funding disbursement. Matter of fact, we got the last bit of that disbursement just in the last few days. As any of you who were on the conference yesterday, you would have heard Ben White allude to that fact. And that $1.3 million in CARES Act funds was great, but problem is we were a $2.4 million deficit in 2020. So it didn't make us whole, that's for sure, with the decreased revenues and the unanticipated maintenance. We just got word in January that the transit agencies in Alaska were notified of a new round of funding from the Federal Trade Administration. It was alluded to earlier by Deputy Commissioner. The Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act of 2021. We were pleased to find out that Alaska's apportionment allocated for rural areas and tribes was $55.71 million. And we are hopeful that we can receive a generous portion of that funding. And with all the coronavirus and the CARES Act funding happening, it seems as though some of the other funding that we depend on as an organization is kind of taking the back seat. So typically we get what's called from the FTA, we get 5311 funds that it pays for the administration of the IFA. So it bridges us when, if we recover 80% fare box, our administrative being picked up by the 5311 funds, it makes us whole. It makes us so that we can operate. Well, those funds were, those grants were committed back in July 1st of 2020, but they have yet to be dispersed. And so you're getting a common theme here. We're really squeezed for cash. We're burning cash and we're really squeezed. So for the IFA, it's about funding and getting passengers again. Good news is if we can get all this worked out, if we can make it through 2021, we'll make it into 2022. We'll make it with 2 ships that the major mechanical components have all been refurbished in the last 2 years. We have the Prince of Wales that's going in for its federal maintenance period in the STIP to have its reduction gears replaced, thanks to the Buy America waiver that the Trump administration secured for us and our delegation. So yeah, if we can make it to 2022, we'll have 2 ships that should last us another 15 to 20 years. So But always remember, they still break their boats. Thank you, Southeast Conference, for all the support in helping get us funded, helping us get the Buy America waivers. We appreciate you.
Well, thanks, Ron, and we certainly want to continue to be ready to support. And if you have your state and federal requests, if you'd copy us so we can include that, things that may escape our radar, like the 5311 funds, but are very important, especially during this pandemic when you don't have funds for admin costs, et cetera. Please copy us on those so we can add that in our support to your efforts to secure that funding. So. All right. Well, that was a very robust transportation section, which I know will be referred to extensively because of the fact that we're recording it, and it's the heartbeat of what our work is going to be going ahead. We want to roll right into beneficial electrification. So I'm going to turn this over to our board member and committee chair, Alec Mesdag, who's got his panel is geared up and ready to go. And I'll just scoot off and say good morning.
Hi, thanks, Robert. So, we one of the things that we've done in the Energy Committee this year in the committee work is look at our, with the SEDS work with Milani, SEDS updating our initiatives. And in one of them, what we've done is just kind of restate our initiative to be more in line with what's happening in the energy industry and the way that people are thinking about how to improve our energy use overall. And so one of the initiatives now is to promote beneficial electrification. So we're going to talk a bit about that today and different efforts along that vein today. And so beneficial electrification is the idea that you're converting, say, loads that are currently served with, perhaps petroleum, and then, or maybe directly fired with petroleum, and then converting that to an electrically powered replacement that provides some benefits to grid operations. And there's probably I think I spent a long time thinking about a better worded definition than that, but I'm going to go ahead and stop there now before I ramble on too long and just move right into our first presenter. So in Southeast, a lot of times when we're talking about beneficial electrification, we're talking really about how do we move heat? How do we electrify heat and transportation loads? And so we're going to be talking mostly about those today. And so first up, we have Bob Deering, who's going to talk a little bit about some of the work he's doing related to heat pumps. And Bob is a familiar face to many of us here. He's an environmental mechanical engineer who worked for the federal government for 32 years and is retired with that. And in his time, with the feds, he worked on hydropower, renewable energy efficiency projects across the country, here in Southeast, across the state. And recently he is working for Alaska Heat Smart, which is an effort here in Juneau to help help homeowners install heat pumps in their homes. So I'll pass it to you, Bob.
Thank you, Alec. And boy, did Robert time this perfectly or what? If we're talking about heating costs, it's on everybody's mind. Alaska Heat Smart, we're a small Juneau nonprofit. And like Alex said, we're focused on reducing heating costs for residences in Juneau, some small businesses, and shifting over to renewable energy. So we want to shift away from oil and away from electric resistance, which in Juneau, a lot of places are heated with electric resistance. We've got partners, AEL&P, the City of Juneau, Renewable Juneau, which is another nonprofit in town. The Juneau Carbon Offset Fund is a partner. And then we work with a whole bunch of different contractors and installers for heat pumps. Our focus really is on mini split heat pumps. We're not talking about ground source heat pumps or seawater heat pumps. I'm sure a lot of folks have heard about like the ground source heat pump for the Juneau Airport. Those are terrific systems, but they really aren't that applicable to most residences, especially in a retrofit setting. So we're talking about mini splits, and I'm not going to go too much into heat pump 101. I think most people know about it, but a mini split will have a compressor unit outdoors and then refrigerant lines running to a compressor unit to one or more heater heads inside the house. the current generation of heat pumps work really well in our climate here. And we put them through the full-on test here in the last couple of days. The current generation is generally good down to just about 15 below zero before it can't put out heat any longer. And Alec, what was the temperature at your house the other day? Like 15 below zero, I think you said. We had a lot of houses in the Mendenhall Valley that were 10 below zero night before last. We checked in on a lot of the residents that have heat pumps just to see how things worked out for them. And we've got good reports from everybody. Some people had to supplement their heat pumps with other sources of heating like electric space heaters or their wood stove, but the heat pumps are all generating meaningful amounts of heat, even at the coldest climate that we're gonna see in Juneau anytime soon. So we call it a success. So when we're talking about mini splits, let me jump back to that real quick. So we've got outside unit that's serving a bunch of indoor heads. Those indoor heads are usually mounted up on the wall. I'm sure a lot of folks have seen them. Some of them are mounted on the floor like a Toyo stove. Others have different configurations for indoor heat distribution. The nice thing about these systems is that they're very flexible and installation. You can put them in a lot of different locations in rooms. You can put them in multiple rooms. They also are terrific for retrofits. You don't have to tear apart your house to run new piping or ductwork or anything like that. It's an easy addition to what you already have in your house. We're generally recommending that folks install heat pumps and try to retain the legacy heating system that they have. That gives them a backup system. It gives them a system to supplement the heat pumps during these really cold snaps like we've had. We're generally seeing average savings for folks. We're predicting average savings for folks at about $700 a year. That's an average. And the system will pay for itself in under 8 years. Heat pumps generally live for about 15 years. That's their service life. Installing them they're pretty much like appliances practically. You need a technician to install these things, but they're a uniform appliance, almost like a freezer that you have to have a technician spend an extra day sticking them in. Costs are anywhere between $4,000 all the way up to $20,000 for a really, whole house involved system. So our process for Alaska Heat Smart works like this. Folks go to our website, akheatsmart.org. They sign up on the website. They answer a few questions on the website, such as, basic stuff. Who are you? Where are you? Why are you interested in putting a heat pump in? And we get some interesting responses on that. Almost everybody wants to save money on heat. In fact, everybody wants to save money on heating. But other folks have concerns also on carbon emissions. They may be, their current heating system may be reaching the end of its life, so they have to make some investment decisions on infrastructure. Other interesting responses on that. One guy had some medical issues. He had a stroke last year. He did almost all of his heating with firewood, but it turns out now he just can't handle this firewood and hauling it in the house. And so, this became just a physical requirement for him. I had my wood stove. I thought I had an auto start system on my wood stove. So in the morning I'd get up with a nice warm, warm house, warm wood stove. I would just nudge my wife next to me a half hour ahead of time. She'd hop out of bed, she'd start the wood stove. And then when I got out, the house was nice and warm and I had coffee waiting for me. There were some fatal flaws in that plan. It hasn't worked out. So I put in a heat pump. Okay, so folks sign up. They provide us with energy bills for the last 3 years. We also get electric history from AEL&P. We get their floor plan from them. We can conduct assessments over the phone now, given our COVID world. Ideally, on some sites that are more complicated, we'd go on site and look at the layout of the facility. We're looking at the house. We're discussing with the owner how they use their house. What areas do they keep warm? What areas don't they have to keep warm? We look at outdoor siting options for the outdoor units. We look at their electrical capacity and their panels. At the end of it, we provide a report that includes the economic analysis. What would their expected savings be for each of the options we look at? We look at their carbon emissions. We look at the payback, just the basic, very simple economics. We'll help them with doing requests for quotes with different contractors. We'll take a look at the quotes that they get from the contractors, and we'll help them decipher those and evaluate those. following, after they put in a heat pump, we want to go back to those folks and get data from them a year or so later, see how the thing is working out. Is it operating based on the projections that we had for it in our modeling? We've done over 50 assessments now. And like I said, the savings have been about $700 a year is just the average. That's based on Juneau economics now. It's based on Juneau electricity prices and Juneau fuel prices. As you get into more remote communities where electric rates are higher, the economics get a little more challenging. But there's plenty of other reasons why you'd go with a heat pump besides solely economics. We're kicking off a program we just started last week called Thermalize for Juneau. It's a bulk purchase discount program. We're going to be going out to contractors and trying to get like a bulk contract proposal from contractors to put in 30, 40, 50 of these at a time. We kicked it off last week. We've got over 100 people signed up already. We're partnered with Cold Climate Housing Research on this, National Renewable Energy Lab, Department of Energy. We'll also be doing energy audits, formal energy audits on houses as part of this, and we'll be offering different energy efficiency packages once we negotiate those with contractors. Let's see if I've covered everything. I kind of want to blow through this so we catch up a little bit. Oh, one other shout out I wanted to make was to the Juneau Carbon Offset Fund. This is a fund that's a nonprofit that's operating here in Juneau. People contribute to this fund to offset their carbon emissions from other activities. Maybe they rode the cruise boat up to Southeast Alaska someday in the future, and they want to offset the carbon emissions that were associated with that trip. That funding would go, Juneau Carbon Offset will take that funding, they'll install heat pumps into low-income housing units that are burning oil currently. Thus, you're offsetting the use of the oil, and these are low-income folks that probably couldn't have afforded any other system. It's really a successful system. I think they have 15 of them operating now, and they have a bunch of heat pumps on the pallet at the barge line ready for installation. And I think there's plans to expand this system further into Southeast. So keep your ears tuned for that. I think that's it in a nutshell, Alec. akheatsmart.org. Come check us out.
Great, thanks, Bob. And with Bob talking about heat pumps, it is true that in all of our communities in Southeast, our electric systems have kind of just different issues that they're dealing with. Many things about our systems are similar or related if you're a hydro versus a non-hydro community. But each system does have its own little pinch points. And in Juneau, we have a system where we're selling nearly all the energy that we can produce each year. And so some of the things that are driving what might work and what won't work in our system are going to be different than in other places. And so our next speaker is Michelle Wilbur. And Michelle Wilbur is with the Alaska Center for Energy and Power. She's a research engineer there. She works on a wide range of projects. She's one of the facilitators for the Alaska Electric Vehicle Working Group. And she also is doing some work related to the adoption of heat pumps in Cake, which is an IPEC community served by IPEC there. And so I'm going to go ahead and let her talk a little bit about what is heat pump adoption and partnering that with a renewable energy source look like in a small diesel community.
Yeah, thanks, Alec. And so first of all, I should introduce that Alaska Center for Energy and Power at UAF, if maybe in Southeast you're not as familiar with this as perhaps we hope to be in the future. But we are reaching out with a new initiative that we've begun for beneficial and equitable electrification. So it's all the things that this panel is about. It hasn't been necessarily a directed research focus, even though it lies behind probably a lot of our modeling work here. And we do have a lot of historical experience looking at diesel microgrids and hybrid diesel microgrids in the state. And that is, it's if you have a lot of excess renewables or you're 100% renewable electricity with plenty of headroom, then electrifying traditionally non-electric resources makes a lot of sense. It tends to make economic and emission sense for a broad swath of people, which is sort of all within the definition of beneficial electrification. But what if you're looking at a primarily diesel microgrid where creating that electricity is fairly emissions intensive and expensive, and then you're looking at trying to move away from primarily fuel-based transportation and heating? When and how does that make sense? And so we've started to look at that. We have, if you go to our webpage, well, probably the best thing to do would be to search online ASAP UAF BEE, which is Beneficial and Equitable Electrification, and you'll find our page with the researchers and some of the reports, which is pretty electric vehicle heavy right now. But one of a good opportunity for us to look into some of these questions in a hybrid diesel microgrid was when we started working with IPEC and looking at a beneficial heat pump rate for Cake, which has a new Gunnock Creek hydroelectric project. So while that that source is not 100% or anywhere near 100% of the electricity generation for the community, there's still a significant diesel component. It does give you some emissions-free and perhaps, you know, at least with the excess generation, lower cost source of renewable energy that could pair well with electrifying transportation or heat. And in this case, we're looking at the heat part. And, you know, besides just matching up the you know, the resource with the load and making sure that that's technically feasible, you also need to look at policy considerations that may stand in the way of this being beneficial for everyone. And, you know, you want as wide a range of this technology or this transition being beneficial as possible. And that means, you know, the consumers that take on the new technology, take on a heat pump in their house, hopefully that's economically beneficial for them. It costs less money over the long term to heat their house. Hopefully it's economically beneficial for the electric utility, because especially in the case of, well, you know, in most cases, if you're raising the costs for the electric utility, or you're not meeting the basic costs to, you know, recouping those costs, then that's penalizing all of the rest of the customers of that utility. So it needs to be beneficial on that side. And then also, we're generally hoping that it's environmentally beneficial, that you are actually reducing emissions by the way this uses. So we were very lucky to be able to work closely with Jody Mitchell and IPEC. They were great to work with, and we had a really wonderful intern. She was a PhD student, Shivani Mathur, with an economics and an electrical engineering background, to really dive deeply into what policy considerations or economic considerations in rate design could help in Cake with using the excess hydroelectricity in a non-storage or run a river. So there's no storage of this energy. How can you use that excess when it's available? And, you know, probably some diesel generation as well, but in a way that it turns out to make sense for everybody. And the crux in this case really revolved around rate design. And the easiest way to deal with that in a PCE community was to look at having a block rate once you're above the 500 kilowatt hours per residential customer. Because if you're moving your heating over to a heat pump, then you're going to have, you know, you might have some, if your average use in your household is 380 or 400 kilowatt hours, which is pretty typical, you have a little bit of headroom to have a PCE subsidized electricity rate for heating, which is beneficial. But then when you go above, when the household goes above that 500 kilowatt hours per month, which they're generally going to do in many months, if that jumped back up to the utility's regular rate, then that would be problematic. But we found that there is a rate that's, you know, reasonably close in many ways. I'm not going to say exactly, because it really depends on a lot of factors, how many heat pumps, how much hydro there was that year, things like that. But through doing a bunch of simulations and sensitivity tests and Monte Carlo simulations, there is a rate somewhat close to the post-PCE subsidized rate for a block above 500 kilowatt hours that is mutually beneficial. It means that the net present value of switching over, including installing the equipment for a heat pump and then paying for that electricity, means lower heating costs to residents. It is beneficial in that the utility has break even or better, so that's benefiting all of those cooperative customers of the utility. So even if you're not the one installing the heat pump, your electric rates are not suffering or perhaps even going down as more kilowatt hours are distributing those fixed distribution costs across the system. And then also there are then emission benefits from using that, some renewable energy for that. And so that was a great result. And one of the side projects, I don't want to take too much time here, but another thing we looked at for them is Cake is actually in the banana belt for Southeast, and they have some better solar potential and a lot of interest in the community in solar. And one of the things that can be tough is energy efficiency and people wanting to put solar on their roofs and things like that lowers the kilowatt hour sales. Then your price per kilowatt hour can have this upward pressure because you're still trying to recoup your fixed cost for the utility. And so looking into what sort of additions in the form of storage, it could be battery storage or some sort of inflatable small dam storage on the run-of-river hydro, and or utility scale solar, so that the utility is generating those electrons. Is there a way that that's financially beneficial in that community as well? And so some back of the envelope level modeling there showed that a small amount of storage looks like it really might very well pencil out for helping the utility rates. But the solar still probably needs some grant help to be financially beneficial. So some interesting results there. And then how these generalize to, well, for one thing, IPEC has postage stamp rates, and they do have communities that don't have any renewables integrated yet. And does that make sense there as well? And well, the emissions question might be a little different. There's probably just from the selling more kilowatt hours, it might still make sense for them. It probably does make sense for them to have this block rate, even if it's part of a postage stamp rate across multiple communities. And so that's kind of the upshot of that work and an introduction to some of the questions we're starting to look at. And I think I'll leave it there in the interest of time, and people have questions. Yeah, I'd be happy to answer them.
Great, thank you, Michelle. And yeah, we really appreciate hearing just all the thought that went into not just thinking about how the technology is going to work, but also how the how it's driven by the financial decisions that people are making in their homes about whether or not to invest in a system. And I know that that's something that our next speaker is going to be Jason Custer, and he's been working on this quite a bit with with new projects. So Jason is a vice president for business development at Alaska Power and Telephone, and he's been working, I think, since at least 2013. Is that right, Jason?
Yeah, although I kind of had a first date for 2 years with AT&T.
Okay, so he's been there for quite a while, and has been working very hard on they have a new project coming online down on Prince of Wales, and like anyone who's in the looking at hydro projects and stuff, it's you build to the resource, right? And so it's not necessarily the increment of energy that is ideal right now. You build to the resource, and then you try to plan around when to bring it in and what to do once you have it. And so in a little bit of a different situation than what Michelle talked about with IPEC, you guys are dealing with some excess hydro and looking to encourage both heat and transportation, along with some programs to encourage that. So I'll go ahead and pass it over to Jason to talk a little bit about what they're doing at AT&T.
Thanks, Alec. Like Alec said, Alaska Power and Telephone, we provide regulated electrical service in Skagway, Haines, Gustavus, Prince of Wales Island. Usually we, over the course of the year, generate 80 to 90% of our energy in Southeast Alaska from hydropower, although at times we're at 100% renewable with hydropower to spare. And to try to make good use of that and encourage beneficial electrification and to respond to interests of our customers, we have a number of programs we've been running. They're all rather small, but have been helpful to some people to try to encourage use of locally produced clean energy and to support economic development and community resiliency. First of all, we have a electric vehicle incentive program called AMP Up. AT&T customers who purchase electric vehicles for use in our service areas are eligible to receive a $1,000 cash incentive. That's paid at the parent company level from non-regulated earnings. The minimum battery size for the program is 14 kilowatt hours, which means, yes, the new Harley Davidson does qualify. We've gotten some questions about that. Right now, we have the most program users in Gustavus and Haines. They're tied for first place. So I don't know, maybe the tiebreakers on this call today. We also, interestingly, have 2 electric buses. One is coming to Craig. The Craig tribe was able to qualify for tribal Volkswagen settlement funds to purchase an electric bus. And we have an electric bus up in Tok, not part of Southeast Alaska, but one of our other service areas. So we've seen, we serve communities that have lower energy costs and are rural outlying communities. There's not EVs sitting around there waiting to be sold. So people definitely have to do some extra legwork to get them there, but there is interest in the technology, and it's exciting to see some of the first EV adopters in those communities supported by the AMP Up program. We also started offering incentives to communities that would like to install public EV chargers. Municipalities, tribes, or ANCSA corporations are eligible for an incentive to pay for the cost of the equipment up to $1,000. We're thinking more geared towards level 2 chargers, much less expensive. Just trying to get the first level 2 chargers to appear in some of the communities we serve. Nobody has used that yet, but hopefully that might change. And just so you all are aware, if you're a municipality, a tribe, or an ANCSA corporation in an AT&T service area, please avail yourself of our public charger incentive program if you'd like. We began a series of beneficial electrification webinars. We did one last month featuring Bob Deering and Andrew Gallagher of AK Heat Smart. That was geared towards Gustavus, Skagway, and Haines residents due to the economic ties to Juneau, which is where Alaska Heat Smart is based. But really, the information is relevant to anybody who's interested in heat pumps. And I'll send a link out after I'm done talking. So if anybody wants to watch that webinar online, that does give the type of heat pump 101 talk that Bob Deering said he was not going to do today. You can hear Bob do that talk at the link. I have an exciting announcement for today. We haven't told anybody yet, but AT&T is putting together a heat pump incentive program similar to our EV incentive program. We will be offering $500 incentives for customers installing an air source or ground source heat pump. We plan to make a limited number of awards initially and then evaluate how and why people are using the program. And based on that information, we will look at how we might want to continue integrating a heat pump incentive program into our beneficial electrification strategy. So look for more details of that to come. There'll probably be an announcement through Southeast Conference and other media sources letting people know that that program's available. And we also pumps and beneficial electrification and are hoping to put another together for Prince of Wales Island. Tying into beneficial electrification, Robert asked if I'd give an update on a couple recent infrastructure projects. AT&T recently completed construction of the Heilonggai hydropower project on Prince of Wales. It's a 5 megawatt hydropower project, which was a joint venture between Haida Corporation and AT&T. It's located on Haida Corp and Sealaska land. Commercial operation began January 21st, but it was delivering kilowatt hours earlier than that during the testing and commissioning phase. But it's running smoothly as part of the grid system, junior to the older hydropower assets that are there. And we're estimating about 5 million kilowatt hours per year from the project. We'll be able to put that to use, displacing what historically would have been diesel-based generation. But then there's another 15 million kilowatt hours that we can't use from the project unless the load grows. So definitely a lot of opportunity there to, if people want to put that energy to use towards EVs, heat pumps, other economic activity, there's spare hydropower there waiting. Over in Gustavus, the Gustavus Intertie project has been another project that Southeast Conference has been a good, strong supporter of, along with Heilonggai. The design for the Gustavus Intertie was just completed a couple of weeks ago. We had a design contract last year. We should hopefully be signing the construction agreement this week. I was advocating for it to be ready today. Maybe I could have even signed it on this call, but we're still waiting on the Park Service to finalize that. Construction should hopefully occur in 2021, although we're still waiting on the construction agreement, and then we'll have to order the materials, some of which have very long lead times on materials. So when we can actually get started is going to depend on when materials start arriving, but it should be second quarter of 2021. We did a public presentation for the community of Gustavus. If anybody would like to see that presentation, I'd be glad to make it available. But this intertie is going to connect National Park Service facilities that are using diesel-based generation currently to the Gustavus community grid system, where there is a great amount of spare hydropower. And because we are able to then sell the hydropower to the Park Service will save on their energy costs, and energy costs in Gustavus are predicted to decrease by around 11 or 12 cents per kilowatt hour for the residents, which is a huge decrease. And we hope that, like I mentioned, Gustavus has a very high rate of EV adoption, even with some of the highest rates in the communities we serve in Southeast. But hopefully when the rate goes down from the intertie, that will encourage continued beneficial electrification within the community. That's what we have going on right now. And please, if you're an AT&T customer, help spread the word. If you want to buy a heat pump soon or a electric vehicle, we do have incentives available. Thank you, Alec.
Great, thanks, Jason. And yeah, I really appreciate you touching on just some of the different rate issues or rate impacts associated with some of the things you guys are doing. And then it's a nice transition going from Bob to Michelle to Jason, and then to our next speaker with Tim. Because you're kind of bridging the gap between working on heat and transportation at the same time in the communities you serve, and obviously have a lot of opportunity to see benefits with the growth of both of those. Our next speaker is Tim Leach. He is the lead facilitator for the Alaska Electric Vehicle Working Group and principal of Sparkbox LLC, an energy consulting firm. So Tim's been around working on energy in Alaska now for probably about 15 years, I'm guessing. And he has recently started this energy consulting firm. Previously, he worked for Alaska Housing Finance Corporation. He's been a part of a lot of different community efforts related to energy management and energy work, and is really just a tremendous resource on these, including recently completing a master's degree in energy regulation and law at the Vermont Law School. And those projects very relevant to the work he's doing now, and just all the conversations around beneficial electrification in Alaska. So Tim is going to talk to us a little bit very specifically about some of the work going on with the Alaska Electric Vehicle Working Group and probably touching on some of the issues that are going on related to rates and how that impacts electric vehicles.
Thank you so much, Alec, and thank you very much to Southeast Conference for having this session and inviting me to speak on the transportation electrification piece of it. And as we've heard, and I should say it's great to follow all of the speakers here, and as you noted, coming after Michelle and coming after Jason is great. So I'll kind of focus in a little bit on the policy opportunities, and if there's time for some discussion around additional activities, happy to do so as well. But for the purposes of setting that stage, electrification of transportation is widely seen as a form of beneficial electrification, as it presents an opportunity for policymakers to help citizens save money, increase local jobs and businesses, and localize the benefit of transportation energy expenditures while improving health and the environment and supporting innovation in the modernization in the electric utility and transportation sectors. In transportation, our expenditures here in the state of Alaska in 2018 totaled about a little bit more than $3.5 billion. Now, while only a portion of that is really related to that ground transportation, harnessing a portion of that and moving that towards vehicle electrification presents an incredible opportunity for cost savings, as well as for significant load growth for electric utilities, as Michelle touched on. As also Michelle was noting, it does, the cost savings as well as the emission benefits do vary by region and are very specific to the cost of electricity in terms of the rates, as well as the mix of generation in the fleet of different diesel generators versus natural gas or renewables. So that is something that needs to be done, analyzed or assessed at the local level. Now, consumer demand and supportive policy architecture in jurisdictions throughout the US and across the globe have led utility manufacturers to invest over $300 billion in recent years to vehicle electrification, and that's at the global level. And review of adoption curves and forecasts for the different countries and regions in the globe show that yes, the US, we have impressive growth certainly, but we are lagging behind China, Europe, and South Korea. So what can we do to perhaps incentivize that? We can touch on some of that in a few moments. The trend is unmistakably electric, as many observers of the sector note, and Ford Motor Company's head of production and development believes that the transition to electric vehicles will play out faster than most people think, with nonlinear growth that is expected to reach an inflection point in the coming years. And that inflection point will likely be due in large part to cost parity that's expected in the purchase price of an electric vehicle compared to an internal combustion vehicle. And that, it depends on the model or the trim, but anywhere between 3 and 7 years is when that cost parity or price parity point is expected. Now, at a minimum, with regard to policy, there should be policy support to ensure that our market is ready for this really seismic shift in the transportation sector. And in many locations, many jurisdictions throughout the country and around the globe, policymakers have stepped further than that, and beyond that simple removal of barriers for market preparation. And they've gone proactively to accelerate the EV growth through the executive action level, through state statute, through regulation, and on more local levels, through ordinances and departmental policy, for example. And as, of course, I'm sure many of us have been watching with the Biden administration coming into office recently, he's really had a strong and early showing of support for electric vehicle growth and using that potentially as a way to build back from this COVID-19 pandemic that we're in. And on the campaign trail, a couple of things to note there, President Biden at that time, or campaign candidate Biden at the time, was promising to put in 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations around the US. And that campaign promise is something that we expect, there'll be some discussion and planning on in the near term. And then, of course, more recently, he's put out an executive order with relation to his Buy America program. And that also includes a directive to have the federal fleet of vehicles, the cars and trucks owned by the federal government, transitioning over to electrification. So those are steps here that will potentially mirror in some of our quick recommendations at the state level. But what can Alaska policymakers do to prepare our state and remove barriers and provide clear signals for electric vehicles? And while there are many types of policies out there from other jurisdictions that we could look to, I'll pull 9 that seem realistic, seem practical, and seem like easy wins, frankly, that we could influence this market, within our region here. The first of those is a statewide assessment. Similar if we're thinking about energy efficiency of buildings, for example, it helps to know where we're at, right? It helps to get that energy audit. Well, for vehicles, that translates to, how many vehicles do we have on the road today? We certainly know that through registration with regard to our normal fleet, but how many of those are indeed electric? And there's some mixed information with regard to what we know from the DMV data as compared to what we have seen from some of our consultants that a lot of the electric utilities work with. So it'd be helpful to have an annual reporting of vehicle electrification and where we're at, and understand from that if we are actually progressing. The second step here is fleet procurement. As we've heard there with the Biden order from the executive order of transferring the federal fleet, it's a really easy maneuver to basically direct the different agencies, whether this is at the state level or municipal level, to consider vehicles that are alternative fuel. And indeed, we do have on the books the Alaska statute, that's 44.42.020, section 11 for those who are counting, to do just that, to consider the use and purchase of alternative fuel vehicles. What could we do perhaps to reinforce that? I think that comes back to direction and vision. If the state agencies say, hey, folks, in your procurement office, and for those who are managing the fleets, we really do want you to actually enact this particular statute. Let's get that clear communication and signal there. The third step here, agency coordination, kind of a no-brainer really, but there are multiple agencies that do need to be involved in this conversation. Transportation electrification really crosses many boundaries with regard to agency jurisdiction, whether we're talking about air quality, whether we're talking about transportation, talking about energy and regulation of energy and planning. There are a number of agencies that need to be coordinating and make sure that we're all on the same page, as well as heading in the same direction. And on that note, I'll mention at the end how you can be involved in some of the conversations that we have in the working group. Fourth one really gets to education and outreach. And Jason, we're taking a bit of a playbook here from what you just mentioned, with your announcements, your education sessions. So much of this work really relies on individuals in agencies, in the legislature, at the executive level, being aware of these opportunities, just like these sessions today. Making sure that we have an opportunity and we're aware of it starts really with education and outreach. Fifth step gets into the regulation and some of the rate making that we briefly touched on in earlier speakers. Demand charge reform is a topic of interest here of the Regulatory Commission of Alaska. They have an open docket that is exploring electric vehicle regulations with a particular focus on demand charges, and if high demand charges are a barrier. There are different alternatives, and we don't really have time to go into all of those today, but there's some good solutions out there. Resale of electricity is also one of those within the regulatory arena that we need to address. There's currently uncertainty whether if you have an electric vehicle charging station, if you're allowed to sell that electricity to consumers to charge their vehicles. So that uncertainty could be resolved at the regulatory level, could potentially be resolved within statute, but potentially regulations a little bit quicker there. Seventh, financing, just as we saw with last year's bill, SB 207, setting up some sort of an infrastructure revolving loan fund as that bill proposed to do, making sure that there are different types of financing options that are out there so that we don't necessarily just have to rely on grants, whether those are federal grants or the VW fund grants. Eighth gets into the building and electric code arena, which I know, Alec, is near and dear to your heart with some of the recommendations you've made specifically to me in the past. So we've got two more suggestions here. The first is really with regard to EV ready codes and thinking about what we can do to ensure that our building and our electric codes are near the current standard or meeting the current standard, which do include that EV readiness component. And a couple of things to call out that, Alec, you've prompted me with in the past, really get into the state level amendment that could be done of the National Electric Code, and that is specifically to allow for a derating of the panels with regard to electric service panels that are servicing charging stations, because you don't always have all of those vehicles plugged in, and the max demand requiring large infrastructure and the expense of that. And then the second piece there would be thinking about planning and making sure that we have for multifamily access within new construction for electric vehicle charging. So that really gets to some of that equitable access to these cost-saving opportunities with vehicle electrification. So the ninth and final piece here that I put out there as an easy win is really just to streamline our EV permitting process for charging stations. And that's often probably handled at the local level, the municipal level. Obviously these are new widgets, new pieces of technology. So some of that education and awareness piece will really come to play here. But it doesn't have to be a complicated permitting process as we've seen in other localities. And we want to make sure that we don't put barriers in place for investment. So how can folks on the Zoom today learn more about electric vehicles and about what we're doing? I would definitely encourage you all to check out the page that I'll put into the chat here. That is the Alaska Energy Authority page, which includes information on the electric vehicle working group in Alaska. Join us for a quarterly meeting next Tuesday from 10 to noon. We have national experts coming to join us, and they'll be presenting their latest policy and market trends, as well as go into some detail about the specific regulatory actions that can be used to address market and policy barriers. And I would close in saying this is a really exciting time to be talking about electric vehicles. There's so much that happens almost on a daily level with regard to technology advancements and policy opportunities or shifts in the policy landscape. And there is great opportunity, as we've noted, with emissions and cost savings that electrification of transportation presents. And what we need to do is decide whether we want to harness that opportunity. And what I believe policymakers can help us do is really pave that road towards electrification. And I'd say thank you very much again, and look forward to any conversation that we might have time for.
All right, thank you, Tim. Yeah, and there really are just a tremendous number of opportunities related to transportation. There are some things I think are easy wins for how we can move it forward. Obviously, we still have some technology gaps, but those things are filling rapidly, and the availability of the vehicles is going to become much more broad soon. And particularly in our region here in Southeast, we have maybe some easier opportunities than in other colder parts of the state. So it's a really good, one thing we've learned here in Juneau is sometimes it's just a matter of having somebody think through what is the duty cycle of your vehicle? What do we really need to accomplish the tasks that you are asking of this vehicle that you drive around every day? And that's particularly true among fleets. So if you have a fleet of vehicles, really what are you using each of those vehicles for? And maybe you've gotten used to buying something that really isn't the right tool for the job. So things like that, all the points that Tim, you brought up, all really great opportunities for us to continue working on in the Energy Committee. We don't have much time. We're going to go ahead and just say thank you to all of our speakers today, because we're running a little bit behind in the schedule, and I made Robert smile saying that. Look at that. And so thank you very much for everything that you presented today. Again, if you want to follow up with more of these things, I encourage you to get involved with the Energy Committee. Take a look at the links that were put into the chat and follow up with anything there. And then, of course, you can reach out to the speakers directly or myself if you have questions that haven't been answered. So thanks, everybody.
Hey, I would second and third that. Thank you, Alec. That was great information, and really look forward to the conversations during the Energy Committee. Really has been a different dimension and very applicable. So, Mr. President, you chair the Seafood and Mariculture Committee, and you have your folks online. And I just want to make notes. I don't know if you noticed this, but I caught a big one today.
I think it's a great time. The only thing the only change I would make is in prior meetings you had pictures of our sustainably grown seaweed from our Doyle Bay farm on your background, and you haven't stepped up yet, Robert. I'm still hopeful.
I guess I need to officially welcome the Seafood and Mariculture Committee session here that is now underway. And this is where I caught that fish from. So
hey, there you are. There it is. Yeah.
So Jeremy sent this over from ASME as part of the fundraiser this last fall. And I figured this is what better place to wear it than here. Since we're time challenged, I won't get into any more ad-libbing lines and turn it over to you for one of these, what I know is not only an exciting emerging sector in our economy, but one of our priority work objectives here at Southeast Conference. So thank you and good morning, everyone.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good to see all of these, all those faces again. I wish we could be in person to talk about all things seafood and mariculture, because there's a lot of things going on, exciting things, challenging things that are going, but we can go into that, talk about mariculture developments and things like that. I can report that we, from our perspective, from Seagrove's perspective, we put about 25 miles of 3 different species of seaweed into our farm this fall, and they're growing well and well ahead of where they were last year. It appears to be the density and coverage is good. We've got a great team out there, and we're excited. We think our growth is about a month ahead of where it was at the same time last year. So that's exciting, and I think we have much better consistency across the farm. Temperatures have been warmer, and I think that plays into it. But yeah, we're really excited. And Julie, this will be something that I haven't told you yet, but yesterday we received the preliminary decision on a second site, 132-acre kelp farming site outside of Craig. So with that, we could likely almost triple the production capacity of our seaweed operation, and hopefully, that will goes to public notice and things like that. Hopefully, that will go as we hope, and that's an exciting advancement for us, an opportunity for us to, kind of demonstrate what I think is one of the low-hanging fruit of economic development in coastal Alaska, and in particular in Southeast, where we can build jobs and build economic activity and that through mariculture. And so I won't. I could likely talk for hours on this, but I won't. So I want to welcome all of you. We've got Maida with Julie, Riley, and Jeremy, and I think Jeremy, you're first up in the schedule here today, if that works for you, and give us an update on ASME and the seafood industry in general. Jeremy, thank you. You have the floor.
Great. Thank you, Markos. It's so nice to be a part of this panel. Thank you, Southeast Conference, for inviting ASME to join you for another mid-session summit. I know Robert said keep my remarks fairly brief because we only have a half hour and we have a lot to talk about today. So I wrote down in my notes 3 main points that I want to cover on how Alaska's seafood industry is doing and how the last year has gone, and what we have to look forward to in the next year at the least. What I'd like to start about is just talk a little bit about 2020 and the impacts on the industry in 2020. I think that the one thing we have to note for the seafood industry was at least we got to fish in 2020. That was, different from a lot of other industries that we've heard throughout this week. And it was at no small effort to be able to operate our fisheries last year. A lot of people that are part of this conference, a lot of folks who are listening in, and others around the state participated in making sure that our fisheries could open and could operate safely. A lot of it was focused around how do we operate Alaska's fisheries and keep our coastal communities safe at the same time. And it was just a Herculean effort amongst everybody involved in that. And so a lot of kudos to those involved in the fisheries, those involved in local communities, as well as the administration to come up with orders that could be consistently made across the industry and allow seafood workers to come into the state of Alaska and also do their jobs. And by and large, there were outbreaks, as we all have learned this last year, COVID-19 is an incredibly sneaky virus. And I'll talk about that a little bit more, some of our challenges in 2021. But we didn't have anything that led to the devastation I think that we all thought that could have happened. A lot of us that are really closely involved in the seafood industry, there was doubt about a year ago whether we would even have a summer salmon season in a lot of parts in Alaska. And that was scary to so many people. And so the fact that we were able to fish was just, that was, relief to a lot. Of course, that came at a significant cost as well. The processors, as well as fishermen, had to invest millions of dollars just to be able to fish. And so that impacted the value of our fish across the board, whether it was halibut or pollock or even crab. It didn't really matter what the species was. There was depressed prices. A lot of those depressed prices, though, also came from uncertainty in the market. We're all living in the pandemic. No one's immune to what's going on around us. And so we're all very aware that restaurants are closed and that there are new limitations on how we even shop and interact with folks. And so all that created uncertainty in the market. And so if you're someone trying to sell a commodity, it's very hard to sell your commodity when the people who are buying it aren't really sure how people are going to buy that and what they're going to do with it next. Just a quick fact we'd like to throw out there about seafood and some of these closures we saw in the last year was prior to the pandemic, 70%, let that sink in, 70% of all the seafood in the US was consumed at restaurants. When restaurants closed, that was a huge gap in our industry of where we were going to sell that product. The good news is, and there has to be some good news that come out of this, is that retail just boomed. And we all know this. It would have been wonderful if it was as difficult to find salmon and pollock as it was to find toilet paper last March. But people were still hoarding and buying, and seafood had a huge moment in the retail sector in this last year. So much so that we know for a fact people are eating seafood at home more than they ever have before. So that's good news. And I'll talk about a little bit of how we can capitalize on that in a second here. The other area we saw a big boom is direct to consumer. So e-commerce was huge in the last year as well. And there's a lot of opportunity, a lot of growth. And for ASME, we're focusing a lot of our efforts into that e-commerce market. Like many other people, we aren't traveling. We aren't at trade shows. Trade shows have been canceled. And so how can we connect to consumers? E-commerce has been just a wonderful way to really direct closer to consumers. Looking forward in 2021, though, I talked about some of the challenges we had in 2020. Those haven't gone away. And for a lot of purposes, 2021 is actually going to be even more challenging for the seafood sector to keep plants open. We've already seen this with some of our whitefish processing plants, specifically pollock and some other groundfish out in the chain. In 2020, it was like, okay, how do we keep COVID out of communities? And now it's, well, how do we keep communities and plants from cross mixing with each other and sharing the virus? The virus is in our communities, and it's potentially being brought up into our plants too. So how do we contain it and keep it out of both communities and keep that cross mixing? And that's been an incredible challenge. We know that our processing sector wants to hire locally as much as possible. And so how do you then segregate your populations within your plants of keeping workers that live at home, they're interacting with community members, and then coming and interacting with plants employees who are living on campus? And so that's been a challenge. Fortunately, some good news that came out this week was the governor moving on to the next tier of vaccinations. That does open up to some seafood workers as well. And as we see these tiers continue to open up, more seafood workers who are considered frontline workers that are important to keep our food systems operating, they'll become more eligible to be vaccinated as well. And that will help protect our communities. It will help keep our fisheries open. And hopefully as we get into spring and summer, more fisheries will be able to operate safely. But there's still going to be a lot of challenge. There's still going to be a significant investment that's going to be brought on by the seafood industry to be able to keep operations going. The other thing is a lot of us know what's going on in our country because we're all living it every day. Other countries are having similar closures. They're opening, they're closing. being able to just ship goods into ports have been incredibly difficult. The shipping delays just to get product into China for reprocessing has been significantly difficult in the last year. And that's going to only continue into the next year and make it even more difficult and create more uncertainty. We look at other commodities that we compete against. They're having the same difficulties as we are. And so it brings prices down. It creates more competition in the market for our products. And so, as great as the retail surge has been, everybody has been seeing it and everybody has been competing in that same space. I do want to talk about a couple quick opportunities before I close here. And, we talked about the retail surge. That's excellent. More people are buying seafood to cook at home than ever before. From an ASME standpoint and from the rest of the seafood industry standpoint, we need to capitalize on that. We need to continue to making sure that even when restaurants open, they continue to buy seafood, they continue to bring it home, whether that's through e-commerce or in the brick and mortar retail store. That's make sure that's keep the pedal to the metal and make sure that they're cooking seafood at home. So finding creative ways to introduce seafood, trying creative ways to make sure that seafood becomes part of that pantry staple. We all have our pantry staples that we all fall back to. Let's make sure that seafood people fall back to as one of those comfort foods as well moving forward. And then as restaurants start to open, I think we're all looking at that light at the end of the tunnel here in 2021 and maybe 2022. We know for a fact that there's pent up demand. People want to get out and they want to go back to restaurants. And so because I mentioned that fact that a lot of seafood's eaten at restaurants, we know there's a lot of opportunity there when restaurants can start to open. The caveat of that though is that restaurants have started changing and started to realize what works and what can work for what they sell to consumers. And what we're hearing over and over is that we're going to see a lot of reduced menus moving forward. Restaurants are not going to, if we think of like the grand menu of all menus is like a Cheesecake Factory menu. We're not going to see those menus moving forward. We're going to see a lot of reduction in what's being menued and what's being offered to customers. And so because of that, the competition to get on that menu is going to be greater. We might not see 3 seafood dishes. We might only see 1 or maybe 1 appetizer and then 1 main dish that's seafood in a restaurant that primarily used to serve 4 or 5 seafood dishes. So there's going to be a lot of competition. We know that consumers are going to be wanting to go out and spend their money in restaurants. But getting front and center on that menu is going to be it's going to be a challenge moving forward, and that's something that ASME is going to be really working hard on and making sure to educate chefs and buyers to make sure that Alaska's the qualities of Alaska seafood and why it should be part of their menu options. So that's what I'll close there. I'm happy to answer questions toward the end of the panel here as well.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jeremy. Very interesting. Lots going on in the seafood sector and lots of challenges and opportunities. I would love to have seen seaweed in some of that, and hopefully that will come as the pending legislation gets through the legislature. I know our plan is to produce some retail-ready products, which was a pivot primarily because of the changing pandemic marketplace. So very, we're in that same boat, and we sure appreciate all the work that ASME does on behalf of the seafood industry, so I just, really appreciate that. Next on the agenda is Maida. I think you're up to talk about ASCA and all things shellfish and that terrific shellfish farm you've got. I know KC's been pushing your oysters like mad up in Anchorage, so I hope that's going well.
Yeah, it is. Thank you, Markos. So I'm here and wanting to just kind of talk about some of the impacts with COVID and how it's hit farmers in our state, as well as a few other topics. I definitely know that with restaurants closing, it pushed farmers to have to kind of reach outside of the box and figure out how are they going to get their product to market. And historically, a lot of sales have been done commercially to restaurants and grocery stores. And when all the restaurants closed, it put everybody in a bit of a bind, and there was a huge loss in sales for a lot of the farmers. I think what it did was cause everybody to be forced to pivot and maybe revamp their websites or find out how they could get their product to market and make their sales direct to people individually wanting to have oysters on the table at their house. And so I know that it's probably for the better pushed a lot of farmers to have to work on figuring out how to organize their business and structure it in a way where they can do their sales online. And certainly for us, we started sales in April, right when everything shut down, and all of our plans had been geared towards doing a few commercial sales to a handful of buyers so we could ease into it. And when we didn't have that option, we immediately focused on our website. How can we set our website up to sell directly to clients, and how can we structure our business so that we can fill 60 to 100 orders a week of individual 1 and 2 dozen boxes of oysters. And so that's one of the things that I think has really changed for farmers in this last year. I know a lot of them were so grateful to have the COVID relief funds available to help get their business through, since most of the sales in the state happen in the summertime when we saw a lot of those closures. And so that was a huge help for farmers. This year, we also had our ASGA conference, and we saw a really great turnout. We had over 30 speakers that came together for 3.5 days. We were able to meet with all the agency representatives, researchers, learn about marketing in 2021 and ways that we can get our product out there to market. And it ended up being a great turnout. We actually had it all virtual, and we saw over 50 people join us that were all excited about Mariculture this year. We ended up going over all of the research priorities for shellfish farming this year, and it seems that the #1 identified priority was ecosystem services. And I know that in Juneau in particular, I have multiple people that have come to me and said, hey, we applied for a farm site a year or 2 ago. We went to public comment, and now we're getting all of these negative comments back from people who don't want to farm. You know, we can talk about promoting mariculture in our state, but then as soon as we see a farm lease up for public comment, even in locations where it's just people having cabins, they didn't want to see farms there. They weren't able to recognize the benefits to the ecosystem and to the local economy. And so people are writing, negative comments, and that really hurts the growth of our industry. And I've seen that at 2 farm sites just here in Juneau that were up for public comment that people had applied for leases for. And so really for 2021, I think the main focus that farmers really want to see from our community and from organizations like Southeast Conference is promoting ecosystem services. How can we really get the point across that farming in Alaska is good for Alaska? It's good for our local economy. It's good for diversifying our products, and it's good for providing us with food security. But how can we get that point across so that when people see a application come in for a farm site in their area, they don't immediately think, not here, anywhere else but here. And so that's definitely going to be our push for this year, is really getting the word out about how beneficial farming is in our state and in our region. Some of the things that we are working on legislatively are going to definitely be covered by Riley and Julie. I know that we have some bills coming up that they'll dive more into, and we're excited to kind of see these things help our industry grow. HB 41 is on the docket again, and Representative Story has a bill that's in legal right now that they're hoping to put out in the next week or 2. And we also, of course, are seeing more farms, more applications come in through the state. We're seeing the growth in our industry that we're wanting. We're seeing the changes being made that are going to need to be made at the state level in order to handle, all of these new incoming leases. And really at this point, we're kind of needing community support from people to actually foster these changes that we're seeing. As far as us and our farm goes, we're doing good, and we started our sales this year. I have officially passed the torch of president onto Eric Wyatt. He's going to be our new 2021 ASGA president, and he's here at this conference as well, joining us so he can stay up to speed with everything that's going on in our region. And I think he's excited and ready to take on this role as I finish homeschooling my kids, building my business, and trying to focus on that this upcoming year. So anyhow, that's really the primary update that I have for everybody. if there's anything else or anybody has any questions, you guys can leave it in the chat box. And I know, like I mentioned, we have the House bills that are coming up, and Riley and Julie are going to dive more into those because we're definitely going to need everybody's support in getting these changes to legislation and through. So.
Thank you very much, Maida. Yes, great work, and we see the pivot in the shellfish industry, trying to make the best of a challenging situation, and I hope it went well for most of you or all of you, and I know I'm optimistic about the future for certainly for shellfish in Alaska. I think all of the market conditions that existed pre-pandemic continue to exist. The desire to have fresh oysters and that demand, it's just finding a way to the consumer that wants them. That's the particular challenge for all of the industry, not just the Alaska sector. But thank you very much for that, and thanks for your service on the ASCA as the president. And we look forward to working with Eric as well, and I'm sure he'll do a great job. I think I saw him on here, but I don't think he's been elevated to panel status yet. But we could certainly do that just so we can look at his handsome mug while we're talking here. So next we have, which Riley and Julie, which one of you want to go first? Just raise your hand and we'll go with that. Riley. All right, Riley, you're on. So Riley is the Deputy Director of the Alaska Fishery Development Foundation, a group that's near and dear to my heart. And they have been doing such tremendous work over the last decade to bring mariculture into the forefront. And we're the group that began the Alaska Mariculture Initiative, which resulted in the creation of the Mariculture Task Force and really changed changed the trajectory of the mariculture industry in Alaska. And I read everything that you guys are doing, and it really is a testament to the work that a large group of highly motivated and in many cases volunteer people put into getting this to where it is. So Riley, thank you very much, and you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Markos, and good afternoon, everyone. As Mark said, my name is Riley Smith. I'm the Deputy Director for the Alaska Fisheries Development Foundation. I'm joined by Julie as well. Julie Decker, she's the Executive Director of AFDF. So to go back, AFDF is a 501c3 nonprofit that focuses on research and development in the Alaska commercial fishing industry. Our mission is to identify opportunities common to the Alaska seafood industry and develop efficient, sustainable outcomes that provide benefits to the economy, environment, and communities. AFDF has 6 key focus areas of our work, one of which is the Alaska Symphony of Seafood, promoting product development. We also have projects in the realm of full utilization of the resource, or 100% Club. We are deeply involved in sustainability certification through RFM and MSC and social responsibility initiatives, fishing vessel energy efficiency, maritime workforce development, and of course, the Alaska Mariculture Initiative. I did want to point out, as Jeremy noted, it is very important to reiterate the impact of COVID on the seafood industry, and the sheer fact that the commercial fisheries stayed open in 2020 is a testament to the work of fishermen, processors, communities in the state of Alaska. So take a step back. What is mariculture, if you're unfamiliar with it? So importantly, it does not involve finfish farming, as it is prohibited under state law. Mariculture is the enhancement, restoration, and farming of shellfish and seaweeds. Species include oysters, clams, mussels, geoduck, crab, sea cucumber, and seaweeds or kelp. And as Maida noted, mariculture offers a wide variety of benefits to Alaskans, including economic, environmental, cultural, industrial, and food security benefits. So as Mark noted, as a result of the AFDF's Alaska Mariculture Initiative in 2016, Governor Walker established the Alaska Mariculture Task Force, including the adoption of a statewide comprehensive plan called the Alaska Mariculture Development Plan. The plan is completed and available on the AFDF website, and the plan's goal is to grow a $100 million mariculture industry in 20 years. And Governor Dunleavy did maintain the task force, which is now working closely with the governor's Alaska development team towards priorities identified in the plan. In terms of industry growth, the tangible indicator of the growth of the mariculture industry can be seen in the increase in aquatic farm applications to the state of Alaska. including over a 600% increase in applications since 2016 for over 2,000 acres. Including these is that of Seagrove Kelp, the largest aquatic farm to date in Alaska and largest seaweed farm in North America at 127 acres. This is near Craig. Also included is Silver Bay Seafoods oyster farm near Sitka at over 100 acres, and the expansion of Hump Island oysters to include seaweed and ecotourism. There are many innovative kelp products in the market today and in development for human consumption, many of which are value-added substitution products. Alaska-based companies like Barnacle Foods has a wonderful kelp salsa, and Bullwhip hot sauce actually won first place grand prize in the Alaska Symphony of Seafood last year. And Blue Evolution has a dried Alaska kombu kelp, seaweed pasta, and much more. So going back to the task force and our priorities, the task force has completed a 5-year action plan, which outlines priorities for continued and sustainable development of the mariculture industry. The task force is designed to sunset in the summer of 2021. A current priority of the task force includes the formation of the Alaska Mariculture Alliance, which will supersede the task force. So the AMA will be a 501c6 nonprofit and will be accepting membership actually within the next coming months. And annual membership fees will only be $75 to begin with. So stay tuned, and we'll be reaching out soon. Another priority of the task force is to establish the Mariculture Training and Research Center, a research and training center, which will coordinate industry needs with researchers, universities, tribes, municipalities, government agencies, in an effort to identify priority research, including funding opportunities and an annual R&D forum designed to support the growth of the industry. And the MRTC will be housed with an Alaska Sea Grant. Other priorities in the 5-year action plan include the passage of mariculture legislation, increased public and private investment, reduced DNR backlog of applications, and improve application process. So I'm going to pass it over to Julie now. She's going to speak to priority mariculture legislation, and I'll stay tuned for questions. Thank you.
You're muted.
Sorry. You'd think I've done this enough. Hi, everyone. Good to see and hear you all. Thank you, Riley. I'm going to speak to another one of the priorities in the 5-year action plan for the Mariculture Task Force, which is the passage of mariculture legislation, hopefully this year. So in 2018, with the support of Southeast Conference, our Southeast legislators, and many others, we were able to pass a bill to expand the authorized use of the Mariculture Revolving Loan Fund. And then in March of 2020, again with help from all of you, we almost passed a piece of mariculture legislation that wrapped together several other bills, but the legislature convened because of COVID. So in 2021, this year, we're attempting to pass that same set of mariculture legislation with bills sponsored by Representative Ortiz, Representative Story, and Senator Stevens again. So I want to say thank you to these legislators because they've been huge supporters of mariculture as well as others. So the set of legislation will do 4 things important to the growth of the industry, and all of them have a 0 fiscal note. That means they won't cost the state anything. So these are really important to impress upon legislators to take action to help industry growth that'll be good for the economy in the state and not cost the state anything. First, there will be legislation to allow for shellfish fishery enhancement. This is very similar to how the state allows for and manages salmon fishery enhancement. The bill is based off of the salmon enhancement statutes, and it allows for fisheries such as king crab, sea cucumber, gooey duck, scallops, and others to be enhanced. Second, the legislation will allow for ASME to market aquatic farm products. Currently, ASME is prohibited from doing this, but there is a desire from ASME to help market all seafood produced in Alaska. And ASME is a huge asset to the Alaska seafood industry, so it'd be an excellent opportunity for mariculture to be able to tap into their expertise. Third, the legislation will allow for an easier lease renewal process for aquatic farmers. This aligns the lease renewal process with other leases in the state. It reduces risk to farmers, and it also reduces the demand on the DNR staff. It's another good win-win piece of legislation. And then fourth, the legislation would include ecotourism and education in the allowable activities on an aquatic farm site. Again, a no-brainer. You know, Hump Island Oyster Company in Ketchikan has sort of been a leader in bringing together these two industries, tourism and mariculture, in a way that's beneficial to both, and they both can kind of coexist in the same space. So it's a good thing. So I'd also like to take a moment to point out another piece of legislation that's important to the seafood industry, but it's not related to mariculture, and that is SB 33, which is the Seafood Product Development Tax Credit bill sponsored by Senator Stevens. This bill will amend the current tax credits for salmon and herring to also include pollock and cod for value-added product development. And I want to note that value-added product development is very important to Alaska's seafood industry, as it allows the industry to remain competitive in the world marketplace. So as Maida suggested, letters of support from Southeast Conference and other members in this group will be very important to the passage of these bills, and we really appreciate continued support. So thank you, and if there's any questions, we can take them or send you more information later.
Yeah, Julie, thank you very much for that summary on those important legislative issues. You know, all of them are tremendously important. We've had a very good reception with the legislators so far, and we hope that that continues. Some of that was supposed to happen last year, but then COVID, which impact everything, and hopefully we can get that through, and as soon as the House organizes and get pushed through. You know, I don't know that we'll be looking at if anybody has questions. I think we're running a little long, so we may not take any. But I did want to give Eric an opportunity to, if there's anything he wanted to add to the conversation, Mr. President, because we always love to hear what you have to say. And Eric, do you have any words of wisdom for the lot of us?
No wisdom, but greetings. And I just let's say a lot, you know, our farmers have had to pivot towards direct marketing a lot more, but nonetheless, one of our, and I'm speaking about oyster farmers in this case with Shellfish Growers Association, is sales to Anchorage restaurants in the summer that are a massive amount of our sales, right? It's from the tourists coming. So we're in the same boat in terms of we need to get our customers in the restaurants. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Eric. And you know, eat more oysters, eat more seaweed. Lots of great seaweed products coming out. We're lots of great oysters coming out of Alaska. I think they're probably the best oysters in the world, which is really exciting. You know, in closing, you know, I think we're getting fairly close to moving here. Oh, I just saw that Luis Stutz was elected to Speaker of the House today in the comments. Congratulations, and that's wonderful. That's great news that we've got that, and we can move forward. I also wanted to point out that there's a lot of activity on the research and development side, and it relates to mariculture. We've got an SK grant that we're doing with a collective of folks to be able to produce oyster spat in Alaska. We've got we recently Seagrove, our company, was recently awarded a grant in conjunction with Oceans Alaska and the Metlakatla Indian community to research and develop methods for black seaweed, which would be used to, in part, perhaps to rehabilitate stocks in the region. And we're really excited about that new development. We're doing some really important gametophyte research, which would allow us to potentially do direct line seeding and rehabilitation and different things with seaweed. That grant is going to be performed this year. And there's a number of other really exciting advancements in technology and information that we're working on as an industry to help the the broader industry be successful. There's the ARPA-E project out of Kodiak, which is a really tremendous project, multi-year project. Millions are being allocated to developing technology to grow, to efficiently and scalably grow seaweed in Alaska's environment. And that is really good work. And that's actually in phase 2. It's been going on for a number of years, and AFDF is heavily involved in that. So I think it's important to, to recognize all of this activity that's going on in these various industries and on the waterfront that represent some of the best economic development opportunity that this region has, and that's one of the reasons it's been a priority of mine, and certainly a priority of Southeast Conference over the last few years as an economic development tool, and would mesh very well with all of the other industries that continue to go on in this region. So with that, Robert, I see you popped up, which is usually the hook for me to get off the air. I'm a slow learner, but I do learn. So so I appreciate everybody. Thank you, Jeremy and Meta and Riley and Julie and Eric, for your time today and for your presentations and the information. And I hope everybody found it to be informative. And I will I'll mute myself now. So thank you very much for listening. And Robert, you again have the floor.
Thank you. Yeah, it's as subtle as I can be for my board president. And thank you very much. And for ASGA and for ASME and AFDF, any position papers or information you have that we can add to the record for this event and follow up on, please do email us, because we certainly want to add our support and weight to this. So, and when talking about research and training needs, there's no better segue to the next speakers. Very glad to have the university here. I'm going to ask the Chancellor to come on and say a few words, and then introduce President Pat Pitney, who we all know. We don't spend a lot of times on bios, so we do have it on our website if you just need to know the history of this wonderful people. But Chancellor, thank you for joining us, and please give us an update from UAS, and then introduce President Pitney, if you would, please.
Thank you so much, Robert. It's always great to be at Southeast Conference, even in these tough times. UAS is going strong. We are working hard on just what our previous presenters talked about, on really developing a mariculture program. Right now, we have a number of classes that are being offered through our Sitka campus, and we're hoping to expand those to the Juneau and Ketchikan campus, because there is such a great interest in mariculture across the state. And as you know, our marine biology programs have been strong for many, many years, and they continue to be. I think the important thing when we talk about fisheries, marine biology, and ocean science is we're working very closely now with UAF in Fairbanks, of course, and we have a joint program in fisheries with them. We're looking to expand and begin a program in marine policy. So working together to take advantage of our unique location. And you know, they also have a unique location there at the NOAA facility. So we really want to join forces and work closely and with them to really expand the options that we have for students. As you know, teacher education continues to be in the news. We are busy recruiting for teacher educators through the Alaska College of Education at UAS. That program is very strong, has been for many years, and we look forward to increasing that cohort for fall. Right now with the COVID, our numbers are down somewhat, but we really do believe that come fall, when we are hopefully able to open up to more face-to-face classes, those numbers will go up. So right now we're holding steady. COVID is under control on campus. We haven't had any reported cases since, I believe, November. So we feel really fortunate that our students have been paying attention to the mask mandates and social distancing. If you have not had the opportunity to meet President Pitney, I hope you can at one point. She has just been a breath of fresh air for all of us within the UA system. We're all really, really pleased with everything that she's doing, taking the talk of merger off the table, talking about 3 separately accredited universities across the state. And she has just done a great job for you, the University of Alaska. So President Pitney, I'll turn it over to you for some updates, if you would please. You're muted, Pat.
Thank you, everyone. I'm in a slightly different location. Usually I have a nice University of Alaska background, and I'm in Juneau. I came down for some time and did a finance presentation this morning, but I am I'm thrilled to be in this new role. I think most of you I have addressed in the last couple of years, either as OMB director or as ledge finance director. And it's a real honor to be able to work with the university, and kind of consistent with the theme of mariculture. You know, day three when I was on the job, we had a board meeting, and the kind of the main focus was giving every university and program their identity back, and taking the focus away from university restructures to an attention on our programs. And one of the key goals developed on that day 3 was increase the presence of fisheries and ocean sciences in Juneau. And when that goal was put forward, it was not about increasing just educational programs, but a buzz. And since then, Chancellor Carey and I have been talking with NOAA and Fish and Game, and the UAF College of Fisheries and Ocean Sciences is very engaged. But I do absolutely think for this region that we can create a hub. We can create buzz. We can create enthusiasm, not only as a fishing center, but as the place where we develop. And each of you through the mariculture industry has been spectacular, how that has been a really a bottoms up development of that industry. But there's niche fish markets. We kind of focus on salmon, but there are other small fisheries that we could take advantage of and spread out the opportunity. Of course, the whole kelp farming issues. I think bringing this group together, bringing NOAA to the table, and really thinking through a 10 or a 20-year outlook on how to create that presence with the programs that are at UAS, the programs that UAF has in Juno. It links us from fisheries tech to the PhD policy. And I think we can really elevate that for this region. So I'm excited about turning that on. First, I want to get us to fiscal stability, which is why I'm down here talking to the finance committee. But what I've asked all of my university chancellors and all of the faculty and staff, focus on programs. We can manage into this new footprint. It hasn't been easy, but our programs are strong, and our programs are directly linked to the industries we have. And so I'm excited, and I'm excited to work with this group. This would be a great group to partner with on how do we make it a nationally known hub in this area. So with that, I will turn it over to questions.
Thank you. You know, I think it's so exciting to see that back to basics focus that really allows the UAS campus that we're near and dear to really focus, you know, on things that are related to industry. I think that's just kind of a core message that resonates really, really well, especially not just for maritime, but well, especially for maritime. But I know the teaching program and other things that can really help folks to identify with the mission of the university. And I've got a kid that went through the UAS and one that went through UAF. So I got both my bases covered with you, Madam President. So thank you for.
I've got all three.
Well,
three kids, 4 degrees, three universities.
Perfect, perfect. No, we certainly want to know, you know, how we can be supportive of the vision that you're laying out for the university system in any way possible. This is our legislative session. So knowing what the challenges are operationally, what the policy needs are, that we can help weigh in and show our support for. So please let us know, you know, along the way, because everyone's got pressures from all sides, but if there are ways that we can help partner and be that bridge between industry and the research and learning institution, that's where we want to be. So
great. So appreciate that. And I think right now it's that the university has responded. They have responded. They've resized, and their programs are here to stay. And pointed to those things that are most important in your community.
Yeah, well, one of the ways that we and it's so great to have the Chancellor. We've got a great open line of communication, and so just pleased that we can reach out to Chancellor Carey anytime and have that link. One of the projects we were really proud of last year was the healthcare workforce analysis to kind of point out where the industry has needs, so it can help the university be focused on whichever campus it is. It's going to meet those. But again, having those meaningful connecting of the dots that helps our policymakers and funders see the benefits and how their funds are being leveraged at the universities. And one of the ways that we try to help as well is each year we have our scholarship auction, which is always a bunch of fun. And when we meet in person, it was a little challenging. So President Scheer had the challenge of trying to figure out how we're going to do this virtually. And so we you know, I think last year we were in excess of 15, getting close to $20,000, and we thought, well, if we can at least do half that, you know, virtually, we'd be pleased because we really, our entire membership really wants to support the mission of the university and the students that go there. So I'm just going to turn it over to President Scheer and let him take it from there.
Yeah, thank you very much, Robert. Yeah, it was a challenge, and I miss the scholarship auction. That's one of my things I look forward to every year. It was I learned a skill I didn't know I kind of had, which was to be an auctioneer and get up there and rouse the crowd and get people to open their wallets and have some fun. And I really enjoyed that. And I haven't been able to. And in fact, I had so much fun at it. And somebody saw me, and I had inquiries from 2 chambers of commerce to ask me to come and do their auction. I feel like a rock star because I can talk fast, and I have no shame, which apparently is which is a really important part of that. So yeah, well, we want to. So we had our annual meeting virtually, and we were justifiably, I think, concerned about it, and if we can kind of walk through that, and we also want to have an opportunity to thank some of our really important sponsors that made that possible. If we have a little slideshow that we could talk about some of the things that we did, and we want to thank everybody for supporting the UAS Scholarship Fund, which you can see in that photograph is the prior year when we could do in person. You notice there's no social distancing, and we were able to donate $20,000, more than $20,000 to scholarships to UAS. And then this year in the 2020 scholarship auction, we did it all virtually. And we particularly want to give a thanks to Royal Caribbean and Allen Marine and White Pass Yukon and Coastal Helicopters and Scanlon Gallery and Thorn Bay Library and Avista and Barnacle and Skagway Development Corp and the Grind Coffee Show and the Bear's Lair and Earthside Books and the Alaska Fudge Company and COPA and the Juno Artists Gallery and NC Machinery and everyone else who in Viking Lumber and Heather Lindy and KC and everybody that helped. And of course, Senator Keel, who donated money for people to send if they sent ties to Robert. But I have a surprise for you, and I want to particularly give Alaska Airlines a shout out. Let's go back one more slide, please. The Alaska Airlines for their donations of airplane tickets for auction items, always a popular item. Usually I can squeeze a little extra money out of it, usually at a Bryce to get those tickets made. But today we have a special guest to come and say hello to everybody. He is my friend. He's also been an Alaska Airlines pilot for 25 years. Pat Miller. He is also, and when you remember seeing the safety dance yesterday, Pat Miller has been flying in Alaska for decades, flown that milk run all the way up. I've been on his plane and lived to tell about it, so it was really great. And he is also the pilot in the safety dance. So this is our little celebrity moment here. He got to be shown in the Super Bowl. Pat Miller, Captain Pat Miller, welcome to Southeast Conference Mid-Session Summit. Thanks for coming aboard.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks, everybody, for having me. Let me have a quick chance to say hello. It's an honor. I'm super excited to get a chance to sit in with you and just participate for just a couple minutes and say thanks to everyone that has that we've been able to serve through Southeast Alaska for all these years. As Mark mentioned, we do go back quite a ways. Lots of fun stories. Sometime maybe in the future we'll get a chance to chat about some of those stories that we've had over the years. Yeah, thank you, Mark, for inviting me. I'm really sorry. My hope was to try and say hello yesterday from a simulator. But we had our timing off as far as the time zone change. A minor oversight, but nonetheless, we were able to rearrange it for today. So I'm just super honored. It's really been such a fun experience in my career. For what it's worth, I do literally help people. I'm 29. In March will be 29 years with Alaska Airlines. And
29 years.
Yeah, it's amazing how time goes by. And I've been on the Boeing 737 for all of 5 years. I served on the NDAs, so basically most of my career through Southeast Alaska. And I tell people to this day, I pinch myself with what I get to do. I love my job so much, and I love flying to your communities. Because I know in my heart that I do some of the coolest flying that you can do in the commercial aviation industry, at least on a 121 carrier standpoint. So from the bottom of my heart, I just want to say thanks to everyone that makes use of our services as we come to your fantastic communities. It's just been a real honor and pleasure to provide those services. So, and I hope you all enjoyed the commercial. And I would have never guessed when they asked me to do this that I would be that it would go where it has gone. Let's just say that. But it's been an awful lot of fun to it was great fun to participate in it. I got dumped in my lap. It's kind of a bit of a story, more than what your time frame allows. In a short sentence, it was kind of presented from a friend of mine at work who happens to also be my boss. We're quite close. The marketing department was about to participate in a safety video. That's all I was told it would be. And eventually the details came out that we would be potentially acting. Or my original was work and just kind of be in the background. I thought, oh, that's something I can do, no problem. Overlandly, I agree, but during rehearsal, the
Hey, Pat, I just want to let you know that we're having a little bit of difficulty hearing you. I don't know if it's your Wi-Fi or service or something. It's been a little hit and miss. Sorry to interrupt you, but
no, I'm glad I might be able to go to a headset. You got a minute. We are really time.
So. That better? I don't know.
It's better for me. How about you guys?
Yeah, that's way better. Yeah.
Is that better? Is that better? I'm sorry. Now I feel so much more like a pilot now. I feel like now I got my headset on. So
yeah, well,
all that blabbing, I'm really, really sorry for if you didn't understand anything I was saying. I'm sorry about that. But I just and I don't know how much time. You just wave your hand, Mark, if it's like, if you want me to.
Yeah, we're gonna.
But I just wanted to say. Go ahead.
Oh, I just appreciate the comments you made about flying in Southeast and that's really exciting stuff. And I know I know I speak for everybody to, thank you for getting everybody there back and forth safely, and people and all of the pilots in the Alaska Airlines system. They're always tremendous. And I'm a gold 75K member, and I've been a Alaska Airlines member since 1992. The only thing that, and I appreciate you coming on and talking to us, and you're welcome back anytime. Hopefully we'll have an in-person one. So here's the deal, Pat. Next fall, we're going to have, knock on wood, we'll have an in-person one, and we'll have an auction. And I invite you to join us in Haines for that. On the caveat that you must teach Scott Haberstad how to do the safety dance, and we'll all pay we'll all pay good money to see that. I don't know if Scott's on here still, but or Casey, but I want to. I'm going to put that out there, and I'm not taking it back.
I think I noticed some hesitancy in Scott's responses yesterday about that. However, if that would be a cause for the greater good, well, then maybe we should push him on it. And if that'll raise some money, by golly, then that's
I think that would be great. I think that'd be great. Well, Pat, thank you so much for coming on here and talking to us. And 29 years flying with Alaska Airlines, and that's remarkable. And your dance moves, for a guy who's 32 years old,
Thanks, Mark. I appreciate it so much. Thanks everyone for your time. I really appreciate it. It's thank you again so much for flying with Alaska Airlines. It's been an honor and a pleasure to serve you folks in your communities. I absolutely just love flying through Southeast Alaska. There's nothing better than that in the world. So thanks again. I appreciate your time, everyone. I hope you have a great rest of your summer.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much, Pat. I appreciate it. All right.
Betcha. Take care, everyone.
Thanks.
Sure. Bye-bye.
Hey, well, that was exciting, and thank Pat for coming on and talking to us, and I can't wait to see him see Hab start dancing. So and again, thank Alaska Airlines for their ongoing and support, and Casey, if you're still on here, thank you for your volunteering and participating with Southeast Conference. So we have all of these donators. Next slide, please. And then we have a number of Raise the Paddle contributors. These are contributors that in the auction, which we did an online auction, and it's not quite the same as a Raise the Paddle in the room, but in particular the City of Craig, Huna Totem, Coeur Alaska, Sampson, Tug and Barge, First National Bank, Visit Sitka, Ketchikan, Shiatica, Sea Alaska Heritage, Junior Hydropower, Raincoast Data, all of the people that donated in that online Raise the Paddle. We weren't sure if that would work, but my goodness, everyone showed up and played, and it's really remarkable. So we had a very successful, much more frankly successful auction. This was then from the 2019 one, and this is the Raise the Paddle. And I see lots of familiar faces that I miss. We're going to get back, hopefully. And this is a screenshot from our last auction, which was very exciting. And but again, not quite the same as personal. I see lots of familiar faces there. And but now, now we want to let's move to the next one. So let's go back. So here's Senator. There we are. So we had Senator Keel pledged to donate $50 to the scholarship fund for every tie that was sent in to Robert this year. And we had 9 ties sent in, and you could see that collection there. And Robert has worn every one of them during this conference, and he's probably the only one wearing a tie every day. So thank you, Robert, for taking one for the team. I really like the fish and the Daffy Duck, and the Barbara Streisand is was really a nice touch that I think is particularly suited for you. And I've often confused you with Barbara Streisand. So thank you, Senator Keel, for your generosity to the scholarship fund. And we ended up raising an additional $450 for the scholarship fund out of the tie drive. And so for this year, for this scholarship fund, let's go. It is my honor and privilege to convey to you the University of Alaska Foundation $13,045 for scholarships from the Southeast Conference. We appreciate everybody's generosity, and we thank the University of Alaska for their support for their industries and the scholarships that they bring. Awesome job, everybody. Thank you very much.
That is tremendous. Thank you so much. That's humbling in this tough environment, and I do appreciate Senator Keel's humorous approach to this, and we'll be thinking more of those of those type of opportunities. So
I think we double that if we get Scott Haberstad dancing next fall.
Oh,
absolutely.
I have no doubt that if we can get Habs on the dance floor doing the safety dance, we might even get Casey to do it too. But the difference is she's got skills. But yeah, we'll work on that.
Thank you very much from UAS. Greatly appreciated. And we love Southeast Conference, and I sure hope we can be face-to-face next fall. So thank you all.
Hey, by the way, we have a note from Susan Bell that says she started the bidding at $100 for the safety dance. So there's already money on the table, baby. I'll match. I'll match $100 without even looking at it. So that's a great start. Anyone else that wants to pony up to see Scott Haberstad? Pat Pitney's on. Corey Baggin's in. Well, we're already at we're at $500 and we haven't even turned the lights off. I love it. All right, so $500 and keep going. I feel like an auctioneer now. No, Karen Carey is in. We've got that $600. Oh man, Habs, it's too bad you're not on here because it's the best way to get elected by going out of the room and going to the bathroom. All right, so we'll see if we can get to 1,000 and then we'll move on to our next thing. And he can't turn that down. I love it.
So that's actually there you see it's still coming in. So I think we've got the winning ticket for the fall. And really, when asked by an event planner, how they might be able to help plan this event, I said, this is not an event. This is a family reunion. All of us have ties that are forged in adversity and just camaraderie that just does not exist anywhere else. I don't think in the state, let alone who knows where else, to have such a diverse group of leaders from every aspect that really put their shoulder to the wheel to help get through, and we are gonna make it. We heard some hard stories this week, but we also heard some messages of hope, and we've started a path forward toward that. So get your dancing shoes on. September 14th through 16th is the dates that we will have our annual meeting, and Haynes is looking to welcome us, and former Mayor Jan Hill, who's going to be our host, is in for another $100 for the Hab dance as well. So, you know, it's
I'm in for 200. We got to get to 1,000. All right. We're already at $1,000 to see Habs dance. That's kind of, that's a little frightening and exceptional at the same time.
Indeed, indeed. This I do want to mention that this afternoon we were going to be having a comprehensive economic development strategy workshop, kind of dive more into the nuts and bolts of how we do economic planning. So that's kind of a separate technical session that we'll be having at 1:30 today. Same link. Everyone will be on the Brady Bunch panel, as we call it, and it'll be an interactive time this afternoon. So looking forward to that, and really want to thank all of our sponsors that really made this event happen and so successful. Every single one of them, and most of these are repeat sponsors that just believe in the ongoing mission that we have. So thank you one and all, and please help me thank them as well. So without any further ado, Chancellor Carey, President at Pitney, we just really appreciate all that you're doing, and wish you the best. And thanks for being with us today, and for all of our participants. Mr. President, any final words?
I just want to say thank everybody for coming and participating in this. Please come back for the SEDS conversation. It's going to be really interesting as we build that plan out. And everyone, thank you to all of our contributors, our sponsors, the staff for doing all the work to make this go off so seamlessly. Robert, I doff my virtual hat to you for the work that you've done to do this, and not just the work to put this on, but all of the work that happens throughout the year to help the economic reality for all of the region, and the support and policy and planning and participation and the ferry discussions and all of those things. I just thank you all for the work that you do. It matters. It really does matter. And I'm proud to be affiliated with Southeast Conference, and because we're doing real things that matter to real people and real businesses, and it
Thanks.
is.
Well, it takes a team, and we've got an awesome group, and you're going to meet most of them this afternoon to see the work that's going on. And so thank you. And we'll just go out. We'll go out dancing. We'll go out with a safety dance, and we'll see a lot of you at 1:30, and the rest of you in the trenches as we keep promoting and working on our resiliency efforts and getting through to 22. So thanks, everyone.
Be safe, everybody. Let's
F-E-T-Y, safety dance. We can fly where you want to, we can leave your house behind. But if your friends don't mask, and why don't they mask? Well, they won't fly this airline.
You can fly if you want to, 'cause we do safety right. We have air that's clean and disinfectant machines zapping germs like an arcade space fight. And we dance to the dance, do the dance. Everybody wash some hands.
Do the dance, we're always wearing a mask. Do the dance, do the dance.
No, seriously, please wash your hands.
Do the dance, do the dance.
Have the filters cleaning commence.
Alaska safety dance, Alaska safety dance.